Hello? Good evening, everybody. Could you please silence your phones? I know we have a full house and we're very excited about this. But before we start, I would just like to ask to please silence your phones and be respectful of the meeting, especially when we introduce our guests. Thank you. And with that, I will call this meeting to order. It is 5:02. Ms. Delgado, can you please take roll call?
Board President Murillo.
Present.
Vice President Lira. Board Secretary Rodriguez.
Present.
Board Member Morales.
Present.
Board Member Flores.
Presente.
Madam President, we have established quorum.
Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Secretary Rodriguez, can you please read the mission statement?
The Gadsden Independent School District will provide diverse educational opportunities that empower students to be successful in an ever-changing world. El Distrito Escolar Independiente de Gadsden brindará diversas oportunidades educativas que capacitarán a los estudiantes para tener éxito en un mundo cambiante.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3, Superintendent District Updates and Recognition. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, welcome. We get to do some great recognitions this evening, and you see some of that, and so that's exciting. Our first item is the Gadsden ISD Esports teams, and Ms. Legarreta, I think I need your help here on this one.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. This afternoon, we want to bring Ms. Legarreta and Ms. Sachs to talk about there has been the implementation on the esports in the districts. We're very proud and happy to see how this is growing and how we see our kids going on competitions and making amazing things. So, Ms. Legarreta.
Good afternoon, President Murillo, board members, Superintendent Dempsey. For my presentation, I would like to introduce our esports sponsors, Mr. Patrick Baca. Mr. Baca.
That's a new one.
And I would like to ask our Gadsden High School esports students to please be here by Mr. Baca.
Thank you, everybody, for your recognition today. Here to present Gadsden High School Esports. Over the last 3 years, this has turned out to be a very successful program. We've had 2 state back-to-back championships in multiple titles. For those of you that don't know esports, we play video games after school, but for educational reasons. These kids are phenomenal students, as well competitors. This past season in 2024, we finished 3rd. Unfortunately, we weren't able to come for that one, so we brought that trophy. But this past season in 2025, as 5A, we finished with the 2nd most points, finishing as the 5A runner-up in the state championship. We also have a state champion. Hector won state championship in Madden 25 this year. As well as we finished 3rd and 4th in NBA 2K. We finished 4th in Mario Kart and 2nd in Rocket League. We also have Greg, who won at the NMSU Invitational, which is held every year, presented by NMSU Esports. He finished 1st in NBA 2K Invitational. This has been our most successful program. We just wanted to say thank you to you, the board, Mr. Dempsey, for your guys' support, Mr. Wogamith for his support as well, our friends and family, and of course, Gadsden administration and teachers and staff for being very supportive of something that is very niche to certain people. But as you can see, it's very popular for our students. Gadsden has the 3rd largest esports program in the state of New Mexico, and it continues to grow. So without your support, without your kind words, we wouldn't be able to do this. So we thank you guys, and we're honored to be recognized here today.
Madam President, board members, Coach Wachovich, we definitely want to take a picture with you and your team. I'd like to mention to the board, and they may not be aware of this, several years ago when esports came to the NMAA, it nearly did not pass. It was really just 1 or 2 votes away from not passing. And it took a lot of work to try to make that happen. And I'm really proud of getting to be a part of that decision to help it pass. And the idea is we want to engage students. And I think this is a great example of engaging students. And then I mistakenly did not introduce Ms. Villalobos, who supports through federal programs our esports programs. And so computers and things of that nature and equipment that these teams need, she continues to support that. So I just want to make sure the board's aware of it, okay?
And I'd just like to add on to that, when we're looking at these students, these are all students that are from juniors, seniors, freshmen, all across the board. I have student athletes who are full-time football players. I have students that don't participate in any other after-school activity other than esports. Those that fall within the SPED spectrum, those that are in general education courses and things like that, that all play on the same teams. They're all from different walks of lives, and they all compete. And so if there's one program that you guys see throughout the district that accumulates students from across the board reaches all aspects of the campus life, it's esports. So. Did you ever guys take a picture? Gucci grip. Mr. Yearwood, who is at home with his new, I'd like to say, sorry, I couldn't do this without my assistant coaches as well. Mr. Ramirez, who is at Chaparral, helped me in the fall while I was coaching soccer. And so without his support for the last couple of years, I couldn't have done this. And then Mr. Yearwood deserves a big shout out. This is his first time helping run a club, and he's doing a phenomenal job. He couldn't be here because he gets to be a father to his 3-day-old baby, so.
Oh, wow. All right, gotcha. Thank you very much. Okay, our next item, we have a special guest with us this evening. This is associated with our Educator Rising program at our national conference. And Mr. Wogemuth, I'm sorry. Did I blow this already?
Madam President, Superintendent, you did not. We just have so many people here. We want to make sure we also recognize the STHS esports kids as well. Ms. Suggs and Ms. Sanchez.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Superintendent Dempsey. For this portion, I would like to introduce Ms. Valerie Sanchez and Mr. Rodolfo Lozano, who are the sponsors for esports at STHS.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi. I'm Ms. Villa Sanchez. I'm one of the co-sponsors of Esports at Santa Teresa High School. And this is my amazing colleague, Mr. Rodolfo Lozano. We would like to say that, this is an exciting program that has continued on at Santa Teresa High School through Esports. From the last 6 years, the program has grown and grown. It began with Mr. Hernandez and then Mr. Nunez, and then, of course, he brought on both of us to take over the program, and from there, it's just completely blossomed and grown. What it kind of starts out as a trend, it's actually an effective learning tool, and it's gone on to college level, and students can actually earn scholarships within this program. It's not just playing games, it's actually gameplay, game theory. The kids just have so much fun actually doing this. I mean, their grades are extremely high. They're in every single sport. We've got football players, we've got a chess team, everything kind of going on. So it gives the kids a good center, good location for them to actually show their talents in a different manner. Again, we wanted to thank administration, especially Ms. Suggs and the entire Gadsden district, to supporting another outlet for the students to express themselves and to be. And here's my colleague, Mr. Lozano.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I would like to thank everyone for being here to celebrate all the good news that we have today. As my colleague, Ms. Sanchez said, esports gives an opportunity to our young kids, not just to play video games, even though it is a pleasure that a lot of us enjoy. It is an opportunity to express themselves. It is an opportunity to network with like-minded individuals where they're not only practicing their social skills, but also cooperation, networking, and being able to practice with the latest in the fields of technology. And of course, we're not just here to celebrate their achievements, but the connections we're making along the way, because from the beginning at the season, we all begin as individuals, but as the season progresses, as we go through tribulations and trials, we have our ups and downs, and the kids are able to form a tight-knit family where we support each other through thick and thin, and we celebrate the victories with each other. And that just shows the dedication that these kids are putting in, not just us as the sponsors, but the kids themselves. Without the kids, this program will not have any purpose, and we look forward to celebrating even more successes in the future with them.
And we'd also like to recognize our third place winners. They actually won third place in Super Smash Brothers, which is a competitive, combative play, and it was just an amazing thing that the kids did. I mean, we were literally down one game, but then we came back in the end against some of the top teams in the state of New Mexico. We beat several teams that were like 6-0 and 8-0, and here we are. We got third place, and the kids, I'm so proud of them. And we have 3 of our team members here that actually won the third place, and I have Roman Ramos, Gregory Victoria, and Micah Melendez, all part of that amazing Smash Bros team and overall esports team. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, Ms. Suggs. Go.
And I will just add, though, when esports, and it came up with both groups, I find interesting. Part of the argument that occurred when esports was coming up for a discussion in the state was students won't play sports. And what's interesting is you heard it. Students that play football also play esports. They're already playing it. They're doing this at home, so why wouldn't we embrace it? And so I just really commend that group because it really does represent a wide percent of our population, and it's pretty amazing. So, okay. Now we're on to this. Okay, thank you, Mr. W. We're going to do Ed Rising National Conference. We have Mr. Williams who's going to help us, and then we're here with one of our a friend and a partner with us, Ben Trujillo.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. It's that time of year where we get to recognize all the students for their great accomplishments. Throughout the next few board meetings, you'll see recognitions for multiple CTSOs. Those are career technical student organizations that all of our career pathways are tied to and compete at the state level. We have students that are very successful at the state level and qualify for nationals. So this evening, we're going to recognize the national qualifiers from both Santa Teresa High School and Gadsden High School briefly here, and then here's some words from Mr. Trujillo. So if I can have Ms. Gonzalez, the sponsor from STHS, Ms. Valdez, the sponsor from GHS, and their students, join me at the front here. I'm going to ask the sponsors to briefly let us know what your kids qualified for. There's Ms. Gonzalez, I know her.
Good afternoon. Like Mr. Williams said, my name is Maria Gonzalez. I'm the sponsor for Santa Teresa High School. And today here we have Valeria Frescas. She is a national qualifier for children's book K to third grade. And we do have other students, Sofia Valles, that also plays, but she wasn't able to come. She has other sports and commitments she had to go to, but this was her student that is gonna go with us to Orlando, Florida. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lorena Valdez, the Educators Rising sponsor at Gadsden High School. I bring some of my national qualifying students. We actually had several this year, two of which are enjoying their senior night for tennis, Selena Hernandez and Jocelyn Mendoza. We have Ashanti Herrera and Melanie Torres and Arely Rivera, who qualified for nationals under teacher recruitment PSA. And then Diane Rojas was an amazing competition manager while we were there. Because I had so many students attend, it was nice to have someone else help take the reins and help with the scheduling and making sure all materials were ready. So these are some of our students who have qualified for nationals. Thank you.
How are you? Absolutely, please do.
Good evening, Mr. Dempsey, Madam President, the members of the board. My name is Ben Trujillo. I have the distinguished pleasure of being the board president for the Dr. Karen M. Trujillo Memorial Foundation. Before we get to why we were really here, I wanted to just share a couple of things real quick. It did my heart good to see the shirt up there and the Be a Karen NM, and I just wanted to talk about that just briefly, because a lot of times people say, why would you use Be a Karen as something to honor your wife, if you will? But I don't want to take much time. I'll try and get this done in 2 minutes, but you know, she was one of the founders of Educators Rising in New Mexico. And she saw this need because she did some research, called superintendents from around the state, and I think back in about 2013, 14, somewhere in that time frame, you could just see this bubble coming where there was going to be a real shortage of educators. And so she looked around the nation and just thought, you know what, this organization exists, but it didn't exist in New Mexico. And so she helped formulate that because I think it's really important. I mean, she thought it was really important, and now I feel the same way, to expose kids at a young age, because there's been this, I don't know, a narrative around education. Let's just say that it's not a good thing to go be a teacher, or it's not, and it's actually a great thing. It's a very noble thing. And, you know, and I think in the last 5 years, tremendous strides have been made in terms of pay for teachers. And do we need to make more? Absolutely. But the Be a Karen NM is simply this. You know, there's this, you shouldn't be a Karen, right? There was this narrative around being a teacher. And I remember seeing her face every time somebody would say, oh, look at that Karen, or look at that, be a Karen, right? And she'd get really frustrated. I'd see that same look on her face when she'd hear that negative narrative being told to our young people about becoming educators. So that's why we choose to be a Karen NM. If you want to learn more, you can go to beakarennm.org, and the whole story is there. But tonight we're here for simply one thing. You know, we do fundraising, and really we provide scholarships. I'm proud to announce that within the next 45 days, all 7 universities in New Mexico will have an endowed scholarship for future educators. And our goal is to grow that over the years. We also, at the Southern New Mexico Foundation, there's $100,000 endowment there for specifically STEM educators that can be used at any university in New Mexico. So we're really excited about the work that's been done. Delma is our treasurer for the board. And over 4 years, I think we'll be right at about $700,000 in endowed scholarships throughout New Mexico. So we're proud of that. But we're here tonight to, one, say congratulations to all of you and to everybody else that's not here that qualified, and to kind of help this journey along the way. We have a check for $5,000 that we want to present to GISD. And you know, to hopefully defer some of those costs that are incurred. And I hope you guys continue to seek out to be educators.
Oh, yeah. Let's take a picture.
And if we're really smart, we'll have contracts for all those individuals in the lobby, right? So when they graduate, they can come become our teachers again. Thank you all for that. Appreciate it. Our next item, we have the Gadsden Foundation Scholarship Recipients Recognition. Ms. Park.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. Thank you for the opportunity to share a meaningful part of our district's work, one that highlights the dedication of our staff and the incredible potential of our students. The Gadsden Foundation Scholarship is funded entirely through contributions from GISD employees. It is a proud tradition that awards a one-time scholarship to outstanding seniors from across all high school campuses each year. The initiative reflects our collective commitment to supporting students in their pursuit of higher education and stands as a lasting symbol of the care and generosity within our GISD community. We are honored to have counselors from each campus here today to present their GFS recipients, students that they have guided and supported through their academic journeys, and whose stories are a testament to the bright future we all work to nurture. Please join me in welcoming our counselors as they introduce this year's Gadsden Foundation Scholars. We will start with Miss Angel from Alta Vista.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. It's with my privilege to introduce some outstanding students who have excelled academically and beyond. Brianna Hernandez, the proud daughter of Victor Hernandez and Laura Garcia, has been actively involved in Business Professionals of America, Gadsden Leadership Representative, Class Representative, President, Honor Society, Chess Club, Mesa, and Fellowship of Believers. All that while maintaining a 4.4 GPA. With a bright future ahead, she plans to attend University of New Mexico, where she plans to pursue a degree in nutrition and a doctorate of medicine. Brianna has been recognized for her leadership with the senior class and has been awarded the UNM BAMD Scholarship, the UNM President Scholarship, and the Jack Beatty Scholarship, which is a testament to her dedication and hard work. Please join me in congratulating Brianna Hernandez in this remarkable achievement.
Oh, it still happens even when I switch to this, so it's not my system. Testing audio. So it's still, I'm going to do.
Our second recipient
I'm going to
is
do
Donna
something.
Renteria, the proud daughter of Science Club, Mesa Yearbook, and Rachel's Challenge, while maintaining a GPA of 4.3. With a bright future ahead, she will attend 2 years at New Mexico State University to pursue a degree in biochemistry and was accepted to the University of New Mexico Doctorate of Pharmacy program, where she will finish her studies. Donna has been recognized for her many STEM competitions. And you guys can stand up here because I think they'll take one. You want him to stay here? Together at the end? Okay. All right. Okay.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. My name is Marta Piedra, and I'm a counselor at Chaparral High School. It is my privilege to introduce some of our outstanding students who have excelled academically and beyond. Our first recipient, Alejandro Arambula, proud son of Hugo Arambula and Nora Enriquez, has been actively involved in the boys basketball team and the National Honor Society while maintaining a strong academic record. With a bright future ahead, he plans to attend NMSU to pursue a degree in mechanical engineering. Alejandro has been recognized for being in the top 10%, twice first team All-District, and being New Mexico State All-Star. He has been awarded the Hadley Honor Scholarship from NMSU. Yes, go ahead and stand on. Okay, our second recipient is Cara Rios Cifuentes, proud daughter of Javier Rios and Isela Cifuentes. She has been actively involved in cheer, FCLA, National Honor Society, and athletic training while maintaining a strong academic record. With a bright future ahead, she plans to attend NMSU to pursue a degree in kinesiology. Cara has been recognized for being in the top 10%, first team All-District athletic training from ASU, a testament to dedication and hard work. Please join me in recognizing and congratulating Natalie Salas on this remarkable achievement. Congratulations.
Good evening, Madam President, school board members, and Superintendent Dempsey. I am proud and excited to introduce to you two students from Desert Pride Academy that have received the Gadsden Foundation Scholarship. I would like to introduce Denise Janelle Ataide. Denise is a bright young lady who is here with the support and encouragement of her grandparents Ramon and Elvira Ataide. Denise has had the opportunity to participate in cheer and chess club. She has also volunteered to help families in need. When she graduates, she hopes to start on her education at Doña Ana Community College and pursue a public service career. Denise is grateful and appreciative to be awarded the Gadsden Foundation Scholarship, as this will help her achieve her career and life goals. Please join me in congratulating Denise Janelle Ataide. I would also like to introduce Aileen Bejerano. Aileen is a driven young lady who has been motivated and inspired by her mother, Lydia Perez, and her son, Ezekiel Garcia. She has participated in volleyball in ROTC. When she graduates, she will attend Doña Ana Community College and pursue a career in medical sonography. Aileen has earned the bilingual seal and has received the lottery scholarship, the opportunity scholarship, and the Gadsden Foundation Scholarship. She appreciates the scholarship she receives today, as it will help her with her career and life goals. Please join me in congratulating Aileen Bejerano.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. My name is Myrna Lopez, and I am one of the counselors at Gadsden High School. It is my privilege to introduce some outstanding students who have excelled academically and beyond. Our first recipient is Christian Gonzalez Hernandez. Christian is the proud son of Laura Hernandez and has been actively involved in the Gadsden High School basketball team, National Honor Society, National Hispanic Institute, Enlace, and volunteering in various outside organizations while maintaining a strong academic record. With a bright future ahead, he plans to attend Arizona State to pursue a degree in electrical engineering. Christian has been awarded the 2024 Enlace Legislative Internship, was winning attorney for the 2024 Lorenzo de Zavala, New Mexico Youth Leadership Legislative Session, and has been awarded the Daniels Scholarship, Arizona State New American University Presidential Scholarship, and the new NMSU Hatley Scholarship, a testament to his dedication and hard work. Please join me in congratulating Christian Gonzalez Hernandez on this remarkable achievement. Our second recipient is Nicholas Hernandez. Nicholas is the proud son of Robert and Selena Hernandez, has been actively involved in Esports, where he is the club president, an officer for the class of 2025, National Honor Society, Enlace, and Student Council, while maintaining a strong academic record. With a bright future ahead, he plans to attend New Mexico State University to pursue a degree in electrical and mechanical engineering. Nicholas has been recognized for competing in the state competition for League of Legends Esports, where he earned first place his sophomore year, second place his freshman year, and first place his junior year. He has also been recognized by the College Board National Hispanic Program and the College Board National Rural and Small Town Recognition Program, and has been awarded the NMSU Hatley Scholarship and the Paul W. Etta Kappa Scholarship, a testament to his dedication and hard work. Please join me in congratulating Nicholas Hernandez on this remarkable achievement. And our third recipient, Emma Martinez. She couldn't be here. She is at a softball game right now. Emma, the proud daughter of Gilbert and Laura Martinez, has been actively involved in varsity basketball, varsity softball, student council, National Honor Society, ROTC, and Enlace, while maintaining a strong academic record. With a bright future ahead, Emma has numerous options of schools, but is still undecided about where she plans to attend. She wants to pursue a degree in pre-medicine. Emma has been recognized by the College Board Hispanic National Program and the College Board National Rural and Small Town Recognition Program, and has been awarded the Daniel Scholarship, NMSU Hatley Scholarship, and UNM's National Scholars Scholarship, a testament to her dedication and hard work. Please join me in congratulating Emma. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. I am Melissa Cobos, a counselor at Santa Teresa High School. It is my privilege to introduce an outstanding student. This student has excelled academically and beyond. She currently has a 4.42 GPA and is a proud daughter of Ruben and Cynthia Castro. During her time as a student at Santa Teresa, she has been part of the National Honor Society, serving as a secretary for 2 years. In addition, she has been part of the volleyball team all her 4 years in high school. This young lady is currently a senior class president and is part of the blended senior program where she is currently attending Doña Ana Community College. With a bright future ahead, she plans to attend the University of New Mexico to pursue a degree in nursing. She has been awarded the Gadsden Foundation Scholarship, a testament to her dedication and hard work. Please join me in congratulating Maya Castro on this remarkable achievement. Congratulations. Our other Gadsden Scholarship Foundation Scholarship, it is my privilege to introduce an outstanding student. This student has excelled academically and beyond. She currently has a 4.44 GPA and is a proud daughter of Bilingual and Akanisi Loma Nivera. During her time as a student at Santa Teresa, she has been part of National Honor Society as a vice president and is currently editor-in-chief for the yearbook. In addition, she has been part of the volleyball team, where she made it to first team all-district, as well as second all-team district last year. This young lady has been recognized through College Board as a national first generation, as well as a National Indigenous Award presented by College Board. With a bright future ahead, she plans to attend the University of San Francisco to pursue a degree in math with an emphasis in biomed engineering or aerospace engineering. She has been awarded this Gadsden Foundation Scholarship. Please join me in congratulating Katea Loma Nivere on this remarkable achievement. Our last recipient is an outstanding student. This student has excelled academically. She currently has a 3.62 GPA and is a proud daughter of Blanca Perez. During her time as a student at Santa Teresa, she has been part of the Spanish Club and participated in the art show. In addition, she has been part of Skills USA, where she won a silver medal for technical drafting. Recently, she competed in Skills USA again, where she won a gold medal in advertising design, and she will continue to nationals during the summer in Atlanta, Georgia. She has also been recognized by College Board as an AP scholar due to having a score of 3 or higher on 3 or more AP exams. Most recently, she was chosen Student of the Week by KTSM television station, where she was interviewed and had a spot on the news. With a bright future ahead, she plans to attend the University of New Mexico to pursue a degree in architecture. Being awarded the Gadsden Foundation is a testament to her hard work. Please join me in congratulating Carol Holguin on this remarkable achievement. This concludes our Gadsden Foundation Scholarship recipients.
Okay, next we have our bilingual seal recipients for Gadsden High School, Santa Teresa High School, Alta Vista Early College High School, and Desert Pride Academy. Ms. Terizona?
Good evening, Madam President Murillo and members of the board and Superintendent Dempsey. Es un gran honor y privilegio estar aquí esta noche para honrar y reconocer a un grupo muy selecto de estudiantes y sus familias. Estos estudiantes de Alta Vista Early College, Desert Pride Academy, Chaparral High School y Gadsden High School y Santa Teresa High School han completado los requisitos necesarios y han recibido el sello del bilingüismo del Estado de Nuevo México. Hoy reconoceremos a los estudiantes de Alta Vista, Desert Pride, Gadsden High y Santa Teresa. Los estudiantes de Chaparral High School serán reconocidos el próximo 6 de mayo. This year, the Language and Equity and Cultural Arts Department's secondary team worked with dedication and purpose, setting an ambitious goal to nearly double the number of bilingual SEALs candidates, and they delivered. With last year's total at 95, I am thrilled to announce that we have 187 bilingual SEAL recipients. And counting. A powerful statement to their vision and efforts. This year, we are proud to celebrate the number of bilingual SEAL recipients. Alta Vista High School has 25 recipients. Desert Pride, this is the first time they participate. They have 11 recipients. Chaparral High School, 27. Gadsden High School, 48. And Santa Teresa High School leading with an outstanding 76 recipients. Your collective efforts have helped bring this vision to life. This year, we are including Desert Pride Academy for the very first time in pursuing bilingual SEAL. Their participation was truly inspiring, and they deserve a special recognition for rising to the occasion in pursuit of their bilingual SEAL. The dedication and heart they showed in both writing and presentations were nothing but short of outstanding. We applaud their commitment and celebrate their remarkable contributions. At this time, I would like to invite one of our secondary Spanish language arts specialists, Mr. Carrasco, to assist me in the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Azona, Madam President Murillo, and member of the board and Superintendent Dempsey. Es un honor para mí estar aquí esta noche para compartir los maravillosos logros de estos jóvenes damas y caballeros, y de todos aquellos que les apoyaron a alcanzar el sello estatal de bilingüismo y biliteracidad de Nuevo México. Administradores del campus, consejeros, maestros, familias y mis colegas del Departamento Bilingüe. Como explicó la señora Tarazona, estos estudiantes han tenido que cumplir con requisitos muy específicos para obtener el sello estatal de bilingüismo y biliteracidad. Todos los estudiantes deben cumplir con los requisitos de graduación. Para la opción 2, se requiere que los estudiantes completen 4 créditos en cursos impartidos en español con un grado de C o mejor y ser apto en el examen de AP Español o de Avantes, Foresta. La tercera, también se incluyen los 4 créditos en cursos impartidos en español con un grado de C o mejor, pero en lugar del examen de AP tienen que hacer un portfolio que consiste en un ensayo, una presentación y una entrevista en el idioma español. La opción 4 incluye el portfolio mencionado anteriormente y ser apto en la prueba del examen AP y AVAN. Mis colegas, Angélica Duque y Abraham Pérez, presentarán un vídeo donde podrán conocer a algunos de nuestros increíbles candidatos para el sello bilingüe.
Madam President Murillo and members of the board and Superintendent Dempsey, this special presentation today highlights students' unique stories and accomplishments and the cultural and linguistic journeys that they have brought them to this milestone. Through this process, we've had the privilege of witnessing the incredible lives and talents of our students. Among them are a valedictorian, musicians, philanthropists, athletes, public speakers, business owners, social media influencers, and future engineers. Future engineers, teachers, attorneys, veterinarians, and healthcare workers. These young leaders are not only excelling today, they're shaping tomorrow. It is my honor to introduce 5 outstanding candidates selected to be showcased in this video. representing the heart, determination, and diverse brilliance of our bilingual seal recipients. From Alta Vista Early College High School, we have Maggie Longsinger. From Desert Pride Academy, we have Brianne Hernandez. From Chaparral High School, we have David Gamboa Murillo. From Gadsden High School, we have Eileen Reyes. And from Santa Teresa High School, we have Emiliano Rodriguez.
I wanted to pursue the bilingual seal because, first of all, when my counselor first talked to me and my class about it, I thought it would be an amazing opportunity to just show off my skills and to get basically the seal for all the work that I've put in for the past 18 years of my life, basically. And I thought it would be a really nice opportunity moving forward from high school into my college academic career and even to my professional career after graduating from college, because it would not only help me if I move to states where Spanish is also spoken, like in my state. Me hice bilingüe cuando tenía como 4 años, cuando empecé la escuela, la primaria. Mis padres me pusieron en un programa dual, o sea, un programa bilingüe donde aprendo inglés y español. Y entonces así todos ahí en mi clase hablaban español, más español que inglés, entonces yo ni sabía una palabra de español ni de inglés, si te soy sincera. Entonces tenía que aprender muy rápido usando inmersión y ese programa para aprender rápido, y luego quedé en ese programa por creo que 8 años, y luego ya en la secundaria nomás hablé con la gente ahí que hablaron español.
En mi casa todo era en español. Mi mamá, mi papá, hermanos, hermana, todos solo hablaban español. Y de hecho solo estaba permitido hablar el español. Pero en la escuela fue una historia completamente diferente. Al principio estuve en clases bilingües, kinder, primero, segundo y tercero. Pero eran más clases para convivir, para aprender inglés. Y pues fue hasta 4º grado que me pasaron una clase completamente de inglés. Y ahí fue donde empecé a batallar. Y mucho. No había aprendido lo suficiente y de repente tenía que alcanzar a mis compañeros que ya hablaban inglés y que siempre habían hablado inglés. Me sentía muy atrás, pero pues sabía que no quería estar solo. Quería poder entender, poder hablar, poder tener amigos otra vez, y eso fue lo que me impulsó. A cualquier persona que esté pensando en obtener el sello bilingüe, mi consejo es: hazlo. No hay nada que te detenga más que tú mismo. Como yo te conté, yo vine de hablar solo español a tener que alcanzar a los demás en inglés. Y sí, fue difícil, fue probablemente lo más difícil que he hecho. Pero poder hablar 2 idiomas o más te abre puertas, oportunidades y sobre todo te permite conectar con otras personas. Aunque no lo quieras hacer por ti mismo, hazlo por tu familia, por tu mamá, por tu abuelita, por lo quien sea. Todos ellos son parte de ti.
I taught myself through movies, music, YouTube videos, even TikToks about grammar rules. It is kind of building a house. The schools give me the foundation and the frame, but that's not a complete house. I had to keep building on top of that, and I still am. Being bilingual will definitely help me in so many areas.
Si alguien está considerando obtener el sello bilingüe, yo les diría que lo hagan. Ya estamos en una escuela que nos provee todo. Las fechas, los requisitos, los recursos, todo está ahí para nosotros. Solo se necesita tener las ganas y tomar ventaja de esta oportunidad.
Yo decidí obtener el sello bilingüe porque cuando Mr. Pérez nos dijo que Desert Pride Academy lo iba a ofrecer por primera vez, me sentí emocionada. Esto era algo grande, no solo para mí, sino también para nuestra escuela. Yo sería parte del primer grupo en DPA en recibir este sello, y eso significa que puede inspirar a otros estudiantes a hacer lo mismo. Muchos estudiantes llegan a Desert Pride sintiendo que no tienen las mismas oportunidades que otros, pero este programa demuestra que sí tenemos oportunidades. Solo necesitamos aprovecharlas. Estamos haciendo historia en nuestra escuela y eso. Muchos estudiantes llegan a Desert Pride sintiendo que no tienen las mismas oportunidades que otros, pero este programa demuestra que sí tenemos oportunidades, solo necesitamos aprovecharlas. Estamos haciendo historia en nuestra escuela y espero que esto ayude a muchos estudiantes a creer en ellos mismos. You don't need someone else to be proud of you if you believe in yourself. That belief, that's enough to carry you through.
Madam President Murillo, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey, before my colleague Abraham recognizes our students, we'd like to, and represents their award letters for their, to our bilingual seal recipients. We'd like to express our sincere appreciation to Curtis Gomez of Flashlight 360, Mr. Jerry Pacheco from the Santa Teresa Charitable Foundation, and the founders and co-founders of Everest Analytics. Their generous contributions have made it possible for each of our 187 students to receive a $25 Walmart gift card in support and recognition of their achievement in earning the bilingual seal. We are truly grateful for their commitment to celebrating and encouraging bilingualism among our students.
All right. It is my pleasure to present the recipients of this year's New Mexico State Seal Bilingualism and Biliteracy. Students in attendance at this time, I will read their names and pause between each name to allow you to stand and come forward to be recognized for your bilingualism and biliteracy. This year's recipients of the New Mexico State Seal of Bilingualism and Biliteracy are, starting with Alta Vista Early College High School, Alexa Chavez, Viridiana Garcia, Angelique Guerra, Brianna Eileen Hernandez, Angeles Amber Mancinas, Alyssa Mendoza, Jasmine Sofia Munoz, Evelyn Graciela Padilla Hernandez, Berenice Annabel Perez, Dana Paulina Renteria, Shirley Andrea Sotelo. The following students are also from Alta Vista but couldn't make it today: Cassandra Castro Callaso, Jocelyn Cervantes, Jubilo Cortez, Valerie Diaz, Alejandro Garcia Torres Day, Gabriel Ernesto Gonzalez, Christopher Ben Hernandez, Yamilet Hernandez, Maggie Ann Longsinger, Carlos Adrián Martinez, Ashley Maria Mora Sanchez, Jesus Arturo Moreno Calderón, Savannah Lillian Onsuedes, Desiree Portillo. So sorry. Disculpa. Okay, next, for the first time, we have Desert Pride Academy. We're going to start with Diana Guadalupe Arellano. Aileen Bejarano. Rodrigo Gonzalez. Brienne Hernandez. Carlos Eduardo Maldonado. Emily Montes. Jocelyn Poblano Lopez. Daniela Robles. Rosalía Romero. Laura Eileen Varela. And Stephanie Marian Villanueva. The next school will be Chaparral High School, but we're going to be recognizing them on May 6th at their board meeting. So our next group of students are from Gadsden High School. We're going to start off with Leslie Acosta. Brianna Benchacourt Gardea. Paola Castro Pardo. Judith Ramona Cobos. Dulce Correa Gomez. Eileen Naomi Diaz Avila. Angel Enriquez. Diego Gamón. Shirlene Garcia Perez. Ruth Estrella Garcia. Emilio González del Montes. Santiago Gutiérrez Medina. Irving Ismael Hernández. Kayla Brianna Marmolejo Bonilla. Alfonso Márquez. María Guadalupe Medellín. Fabián Méndez. Carlín Marisol Martínez. Uriel Moreno Vázquez. Elizabeth Mota. Paola Saraí Ortega Arellano. Arturo Ortiz. Ashley Natalie Ramírez. Anaí Ramos. Andrés Josué Rodríguez. Melissa Itzel Romo. Paloma Fernanda Rubio. Paulina Soto. Katia Linet Torres. Daniela Valles Villanueva. Jessica Garcia. And Christian Gonzalez. The following students are also from Gadsden High, but they weren't able to make it. Jimena Armendariz, Valerie Baron, Cynthia Chavez, Eileen Diaz Avila, Angel Enriquez, Lucero Galvan Rosales, Christian Gonzalez, Jose Gonzalez, Alexa Ibarra Lira, María Luisa Murillo Valdez, César Orozco, Alexandra Ramírez, Eileen Reyes, Marlene Reyes, Alonso Daniel Rodríguez, Hector Noel Romero, and Daniela Valles Villanueva. You guys can go that way. So our next high school, who has the most bilingual seal recipients, is Santa Teresa High School. We're going to start off with Jacqueline Anaya Peña, Brisa Rubia Arias, Danica Danielle Barasa, Ingrid Eileen Barrera, Amy Cassandra Carmona, Maya Castro, Juan Castruita, Alexis Chavaria, Catherine Chavez, Isaías Emanuel de la Cruz, Heidi Yolanda Dominguez, Angel Miguel Duarte, Omar Emanuel Escalante, Itzel Flores, Kenya Areli Garcia, Irene Garcia, Kayla Gonzalez, Leslie Adriana Granillo Costa, Bruce Jorge Guerrero, Avro Guadalupe Hernandez Valenzuela, Carol Regina Holguín, Alexis Danielle Lopez, Carrie Martinez, Alan Roberto Medellín Montes, Arelis Angélica Muñoz Oñate, JC Alejandra Navarro, Emily Alejandra Oñate de la Cruz, Jacob Eduardo Quintana Rodríguez, Amy Ramírez, Brianna Jocelyn Reyes, Daylen Sakura Reyes, Emiliano Rodríguez, Caleb Tyler Villegas, Emiliano Mata Jiménez, Damien Gonzalez, Gerexi Sosa, Oscar Sosa, Ashley Hinojosa. The following students are from Santa Teresa High School and also received the bilingual seal, but they weren't able to attend. Alan Emanuel Alamo, Edgar Apodaca, Emily Areola, Ashley Baeza, Ian Manuelos, Elizabeth Bejarano, Joaquín Beltrán, Alejandra Bencomo, Edmundo Camargo, Camila Cardenas, Nayeli Carrillo, Daniel Chavaria, Gabriela Esquivel, Ana Fuentes, Diego González, Damien González, Jennifer Hernández, Ashley Hinojosa, Kimberly Leiva, Mary Lira, Mari, Kimberly, long list, Kimberly Luano, Sebastian Martinez, Dylan Mata, Emiliano Mata, Carlos Montes, Enrique Ochoa, Emily Iñate de la Cruz, Darlene Ortega, Gabriel Ortiz, Camila Ponce, Natalie Quiñones, Ricardo Ramírez, Nicolás Rangel, Alonso Rentería, Javier Rincón, Josué Rivera, Dulce María Rodríguez, Mia Rojas, Jaime Ruiz, Karen Martinez, Oscar, oh no, and that's it. does it go? Like, ahí?
Yeah.
Chinos.
I would like to conclude extending a special thanks to parents, principals, counselors, our teachers who have partnered with us to make this achievement possible. Their support has been invaluable in every step of the way. Y viva el bilingualismo. Thank you.
Okay, Madam President, board members, it might take a couple minutes here. I just, while people are shuffling out, I just want to emphasize tonight, I think, a great showcase of our kids and our schools and the work. You know, we didn't get a lot of the principal interaction, but without those leaders, without all the teachers, right, without our parents and all that support, and this is why, and it was just announced this week, 3 of our schools, Alta Vista's the #1 graduation rate in the state of New Mexico. Gadsden High School and Santa Teresa are in the top 10. And so we have 3 of our 5 schools on the top 10. And I want to mention Desert Pride Academy. It is the only alternative school in the state of New Mexico with a 65% graduation rate. It's the highest in any alternative program in the state of New Mexico, and the only alternative program not in designation. So PED has never had to intervene because of the quality. So I just appreciate everybody's work, and that's why we do what we do, right? Okay, our next item, parent communication, remind social media analytics. Mr. Carmona is going to help me a little bit. We've been trying to work on some of our analytics, so while he's coming up, he's going to present some of the same, but some different data to you. And when you get a chance, you know, if you see this and you have some feedback on it, we appreciate that.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, good evening. It is my pleasure to present to you some analytics for our social media. So you're going to be familiar with the first slide, which shows the overall number of messages that were sent. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I must not have sent that. That is my fault. I'm so sorry. I thought of it, but I didn't send it. So I'm so sorry. I have to beg your pardon. I did not enter those slides into the presentation.
Madam President, so why don't we do this? Let's go ahead and let's do the middle school update, and then loop back to this, so that, because I really want you to get to see that. We're trying to play with those analytics, and I don't know if we're hitting what you're looking for, and this gives you a chance to see it. So if that's okay with the board. Our next item, we have our Gadsden Middle School update, Ms. Vela and Jessica Cadena.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Dempsey. Before I hand it over to Ms. Vela, our Director of Construction, you're going to see after her presentation 3 videos that I posted. I want to thank Mr. Rosendo Ross Robles. He's the engineering and drone video productions teacher at Santa Teresa High School, and I want to thank him. We hope to have him and his students do periodic drone videos of the building of GMS, so that at the end we can splice them all together and have a time-lapse video for you to see as it goes on. So I will now hand it over to Ms. Vela. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jessica. Good evening, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Dempsey. It's my pleasure to bring to you the Gadsden Middle School updates. The contractor is working on the academics building. Right now in the 6th grade, it's working on the structural steel framing, and miscellaneous framing continues to progress. The deck framing is in progress. On the 7th and 8th grades wing is the structural steel framing and miscellaneous steel framing in progress. And on the office and space areas, they're doing the concrete footings and stem walls and the underground mechanical, electrical, and plumbing roofings. And on the gym, they're also working on the mechanical, electrical, plumbing roofings and on the roofing. On the gym is the existing gym. Okay, and then we can move on the videos. Video number 1. Okay, that area, it's the sixth grade area when they are doing the structural framing and the deck framing. On video number 2. That's the area that is in front of the sixth grades. That's the wing that is gonna be the 7th and the 8th graders. That's the part of the sixth graders part. And then you can see that they have all their materials in there. And then video number 3. That's the existing gym. The contractor, well, you can see also part of the plumbing already on the new areas, and the existing gym that they are working also on the roof, and inside they are working on all the plumbing as well as the HVAC and all that. And again, thank you to Mr. Robledo for these videos. And also, we continue having our progress meetings bi-weekly at 9 a.m. at the Support Services Building. Our next meeting is on May 7th. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vela. Thank you, Ms. Cadena. Mr. Carmona, do you think we can pull this off now? Okay, so we'll loop back to that. This is our parent communication, remind social media analytics.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, I apologize for that mistake there, sorry, but I do present to you the 30-day messaging rates for Remind, which went up considerably. We have 45,741 messages sent out. 91% of those were successful in being received. And so that's a slide that we presented many times before. And then this is the weekly message sender rate so that you can get an idea of the number of teachers that are sending messages. So that first week there that you see is the last time that you'll see the spring break numbers. But as you can see, it's still pretty consistent in the upper to mid 400s. And I'd like to explain a little bit as to what the Facebook reach means. And that means the number of unique visits to our site or to our content on Facebook, which I'm very proud to say is over 29,000, nearly 30, and that is an increase of 46%. And you can see it's broken down, so how many of those visits are from our followers. So we're not just limited to the people who are following us on social media, but we're also getting 25,000 unique set of eyeballs on the wonderful things that are happening in our district. Thank you. And it may not seem big, but 86 followers, that increase over the last 30 days, that is a pretty good number of followers. So we're steadily making progress on the number of people who are joining us on Facebook. And then this is unique. We haven't looked at YouTube analytics. Now, I do want to clarify that this is our YouTube channel that's dedicated to our content. Our board meetings are broadcast on its very own channel. So this is excluding the visitors that are watching us now. So this is how many views we got over the last 28 days, and you can see how that ebbs and flows depending on what we're posting on YouTube. And if you've not visited our YouTube channel, I do recommend that you visit and click the notification bell after you join so that you can be updated when we post something new. And I just further broke down some of the data there as far as how much watch time. Like right now, that's 59 hours. So think of all the time that people have spent interacting with our content. Now, 59 hours. And then we increased our subscribers by 25. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carmona.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam President, board members, just a quick budget update. Our finance team is well into that process, but I just wanted to give you a little bit. The Legislative Education Study Committee released a 2025 quick guide to New Mexico education laws and budget. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of a, they made a, when you look at this, you have to think entire state budget. Don't just think Gadsden budget, but they're talking specific about education, and they had 3 key changes. And I just want to review those with you. It embeds the methodology of family income index as the indicator for student poverty in the at-risk index. So our at-risk index changed and how that's determined, and it's driven by that family income index. Creates a standalone factor for English learners and students who have been reclassified as fluent English proficient in the prior 2 academic years. So a lot of times with budget, you're using prior year number. This is the, what did it say? The prior 2 academic years. So that's how they're going to determine that. And then increases the basic program weight for 6th through 12th grade to a 1.3. So we talked a little bit about trying to expand our CTE pathways and those opportunities, and that's where some dollars got tagged in the legislative process. There's a lot of information in this. I can definitely get you a copy of it if you'd like. There is a digital one there online to take a look at. It'll get a little bit more in depth of how the state, the increases and the impact of the state budget, and I think it's a good thing to have, just to think about. I think that's all I have for budget update. Thank you. Our next item, our student representative, we have Marianne Arenas, who is an 11th grader at Desert Pride Academy.
Good evening, Madam Board President Murillo, school board members, Superintendent Dempsey, principals, administrators, and guests. My name is Marianne Arenas. I am a junior at Desert Pride Academy. I am very proud to be chosen to represent my school. It is my pleasure to report the latest achievements from my school. First of all, I would like to congratulate the 11 students from Desert Pride Academy that will be receiving their bilingual seal. They are the first group of students to achieve this seal, and they will be honored. They have already been honored during this school board meeting. The seal will appear on their high school diplomas and transcripts. It took a lot of effort on their part, as well as their wonderful Spanish teacher, Ms. Araceli Mendoza. I would also like to thank Ms. Mendoza I will also like to congratulate Ms. Mendoza for being our Teacher of the Year. She has done so much for our students and school. We are preparing for graduation. Next month, 73 students will be seniors will be graduating, in addition to the 43 December graduates from 2024. We will be taking our district final exam soon in preparation for the end of the school year. Leading up to graduation, we will recognize the seniors by having a Loteria Senior Day on May 14th with games and activities. It should be a lot of fun. and I look forward to participating in Senior Day next semester. On March 28, our horticulture students went on a field trip to Sierra Vista growers and purchased plants to grow in our greenhouse. They are planning to have another trip to the Anthony Youth Farm this May, on May 6th. They are going to be selling the plants they have grown at the end of the year. Ms. Carothers has done a great job of giving her students opportunities to learn about Ms. Carothers has done a great job of giving her students opportunities to learn about plants in the area and hands-on experiences on how to take care of them. Her classes have also hatched 3 baby chicks this semester, and they went home with the students who brought the eggs. We have a new 3D printer on our library, and we have begun learning how to use it and experimenting with the online programs. Thank you for letting me share updates from my school, Desert Pride Academy. I will be graduating in December 2025. I am extremely thankful for my experience at Desert Pride Academy. Previously, I attended Desert Pride, but unfortunately, I dropped out. I was given an opportunity to redeem myself, and I have truly changed my life. I never thought I would be in this position to have so many opportunities open up to me and my future. I used to think college wasn't for me, but now I know there is so much more out there that I can achieve. I am very motivated to continue my education. After I graduate, I would like to become a phlebotomist and eventually continue my education to become a psychiatrist. I would like to thank the teachers and everyone at Desert Pride Academy. They have all been very kind and supportive. I believe they have our best interest in mind and they want us to succeed. One thing I have learned from Desert Pride is that it is never too late to pursue your dreams. You can't change how it started, but you can change how it ends. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that.
Okay, moving on to item number 4, board member report. Let's start with Mr. Morales.
Thank you. I'll be really brief since we're on the discussion items to discuss some of the experiences of the last several conferences that we've been to. But let it be known that it was amazing to see all these kids and the way they're succeeding. But I want to make sure that the teachers and the sponsors that are out in the trenches, that you're not forgotten, and we appreciate everything that you're doing. And if it wasn't for you taking the extra time and effort, some of these kids wouldn't have the opportunities that they so well deserve. So thank you to all of you in the trenches.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. Ms. Flores?
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to start off by congratulating the Chaparral High School concert band. So I think it was April 12th that they went to compete at Albuquerque. And so they did place 3rd place in the Class 4A. So congratulations. I'm very proud of you guys. And thank you to Mr. Short. Thank you, Principal Rodriguez, for your support with the band program. We are improving a lot, and so congratulations, Lobos, on that. I'd also like to thank Mr. Viramontes, who's a science teacher, I believe, at Chaparral High School. He's a sponsor for the National Honor Society. And so thank you so much, sir, and to the National Honor Society kids who sponsor annually the Easter egg hunt for the community of Chaparral. I got to go with my son and was there. And so thank you so much for providing that opportunity to our community. And I think with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Secretary Rodriguez?
Wow. Tonight has been a very emotional evening. Seeing all these great accomplishments of the students, right? The esports, having different programs where kids enjoy what they're doing, and just seeing the pride, right, of receiving those awards and being recognized. Educators Rising. I had the privilege of meeting Karen Trujillo, and I know the passion that she had for Educators Rising. And so thank you for that $5,000 donation. I know she's very happy, very proud of everything that is being accomplished. And that's a legacy that she left behind, and that's wonderful. I also want to remind everyone that this week was the autism acceptance, well, the month, it's the acceptance month, but Gadsden had this whole week, hence the bright neon color. And please continue participating. I know a lot of the schools are doing great things, and yes, creating that awareness, right, of acceptance of the autism spectrum. And the bilingual seal. El sello de bilingüismo es algo que pues es de gran beneficio, especialmente para nuestra área, donde muchos de nuestros estudiantes gozan del privilegio de poder hablar dos idiomas. I know one of my siblings had the privilege of being selected because of his work, or when he was working, being selected with other people. When he was with other people, he was selected because of the fact that he was bilingual. So I know the importance, you know, he had the opportunity to travel the world because of that. So it is of great benefit, you know, and knowing that seal that they put on the transcript, it is designed by one of the Gadsden student also, so that's wonderful. So please encourage other students to participate in that. I know it's a whole process, but it is well worth it. And I just want to thank Ms. Legarreta and her team for hosting or having 2 senior meetings. I appreciated the fact that it was 2 days. So parents, if you have a senior and you weren't able to attend those meetings, please do so. They handed out these forms right here. So we have no surprises as parents. You know, one of them is if they have some debts, that they can take care of them. So please, if you weren't able to attend, again, thank you, Ms. Legarreta, for giving the opportunity twice. I was able to attend the second day, and it was a lot of information that our seniors and parents need to know prior to graduation, which is fast approaching. And with that, I conclude.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. First, congratulations to all the students, staff that help, but especially parents and the families, because it takes a lot. It takes a lot of support and it takes a lot from the whole team, right? It's a whole team effort. So I want to congratulate every single one of you guys. Thank you so much to Mr. Ben Trujillo. I mean, Karen's work continues, and it's amazing to see the fruit after so many years. And now that he's being able to do this across the state, I mean, it's amazing. So I wanna thank him. He attended the ROTC ball, so I want to thank Commander Rangel and Senior Chief Diaz for inviting me. It was very nice. I was able to take my son as my +1, so it was nice to see some of the students and seeing their accomplishments and the plans. I really like that this year they sat us with students, so we were able to have conversations with them and see the plans that they have for after graduation. I also attended the Powerful Partnerships Pathways to Parent Leadership with the PED Family Cabinet. It was really nice because we got to see what other cities across New Mexico they're doing do parent involvement, and then how to utilize parent leadership within their districts, what's working, what's not working. So it was really nice to hear what other districts are doing. We attended the NMSBA regional meeting at Hatch. I'm sorry, Ms. Flores, I forgot you're red chili. But it was really nice to see that things like, a lot of people, they say, you know, they're small districts, they're small cities, but the amazing things that they do, I mean, we saw they were showcasing a video of everything that they're doing. It was amazing. The food was delicious, right? I mean, talk about Mexican food. I mean, it was a really, really good meeting. Not just the food, but it was a really good meeting that we got to travel to Hatch. We had the first Hispanic Council meeting, and I wanted to let you guys know that they gave me the numbers. So it will consist of 40 members. 33 of them will be regular, and they will have to be, out of the 33, 3 at-large directors that we will be selecting, and they have to be in good standing, meaning that you just have to pay your $75 membership. Paid members will be able to participate. What I really like about this is that they added 7 non-voting, and those we can select from superintendent and associates. So I think it will be nice to add some of our district, and you know, we will be having recommendations. And I think having the input of leadership, it will be really nice and will be really important for this council. We got some dates for May 6th or 7th. We haven't heard back for the DACC meeting, so they are requiring 3 voters from GISD from every district. But so I will be reaching out to you guys to see if you guys can attend. It can be virtual if you guys don't want to take the drive to NMSU, but I just wanted to put it out there, so expect a call. Also, there was a form that was sent by the National School Board Association to complete feedback for the convention. I really encourage you guys to do it because we only received 75 responses out of, I don't know, it was like over 1,000. They are asking for more participation, so they will be resending that survey. One of the reasons that I will encourage you guys to fill it out is because there's not a lot of people or districts that are applying for the award, such as the Magna Award. So I was wondering, why is a Farmington received the Magna Award? Well, if you guys would have seen the numbers, it was very few. So I think we have an opportunity to showcase Gadsden and apply for this, some of these awards. What else? Santa Teresa High School will be doing a clothing drive the whole month of May. So if you guys have any clothing, let me know, and I can go pick it up from your guys' houses, or I can meet you guys somewhere to help Santa Teresa High School. And it's about to be 7 o'clock, so you guys, the ones that they're in the audience, you guys still have time to support Deserview Cane's fundraiser. They're until 8 p.m. and Santa Teresa Middle School at Peter Piper Pizza until 9 p.m. And with that, I conclude my report. Okay, moving on to item number 5, Equity Council Report. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Ms. Terazona is going to help us with this item.
Good evening, President Murillo, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. The last Equity Council meeting was held on Tuesday, April 22nd at Santa Teresa High School. Mr. Carmona presented GISD protocols. Mr. Dempsey presented the budget survey results to the community, and then we had about 30 minutes of interactive time. Our last meeting is in May, so our goal was to get input on the council to see what they would like to see more of last year. One thing to be advised is the time change. They want the meeting at 9:30 since some of them traveled from Chaparral to the meeting. So we also had an NMPED Equity Council statewide quarterly meeting today at 2 p.m. And it was really to showcase, to learn from each other and meet with other Equity Council leads and apply our learnings. One of the things that this NMPED in a lot of districts like Cuba, Santa Fe is doing is they're starting to implement an Equity Council for students. So I love the idea. So hopefully that is something that our team can come to pass next year. Our upcoming Equity Council meeting, our last one of the year, is going to be May 13th at Chaparral High School, again at 9:30 a.m. due to the time change. And then we have our last NMPED Equity Council meeting. This is a regional session, session 3, and this is going to be on May 20th at Ruidoso. Also, on behalf of Ms. Villalobos, she's translating right now, we will be having una celebración de culturas y artes. Our special guest is Miguel Briones. He's the author of Macho No Machismo, and this event is going to be taking place on May 1st at Santa Teresa High School from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Any questions? Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Ms. Tarazona. Okay, moving on to item number 6, Superintendent Report on Community Outreach, including to underrepresented and non-English speaking families. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, since we have Ms. Villalobos, who's kind of doing, helping us with translation, what I would share is that our parent meetings continue, what we offer to our families. We'll give you probably here at the end of the year, we'll give you a summary of what's happened over the course of the year, but you can definitely see our parent centers have made a difference. The people participating are growing, and you're seeing more and more activity in those parent centers. And you would say, so Rosie's gonna jump in here and help us.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent. Guillermo is going to help me a little bit. Just invite you, this Monday we're going to have a community meeting at Chaparral High School, 5:30. If you can join us, it's going to be like the one that we did on Santa Teresa High School. Now we're doing it in Chaparral, and it's just about start listening the voice of the parents. We're inviting students and teachers, not only parents. So it's focused for the whole community on the school. Administrators are going to be there, and we're going to be there, and it's about listening to the community a little bit. So, thank you, Mr. Dempsey.
Okay, moving on to item 8, Human Resource Report. That is just for public information. Sorry. Oh, yes, sorry. Item 7, Union President Report to Board. Is she here? No? Okay. So item 8, Human Resources Report, is just there for public knowledge. Moving on to number 9, modification of the agenda. Do I hear a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the agenda as is.
Secretary Rodriguez has made a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Regular school board minutes for April 8, 2025. Do I hear a motion?
So move.
Ms. Flores has made a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, 11, consent agenda. Do you guys have any questions, comments, or concerns? No? Okay, do I hear a motion?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the consent agenda as is.
Ms. Flores has made a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. Number 12, open forum. Ms. Ms. Delgado, do we have any open forum?
Madam President, we have none.
Thank you. Moving on to item 13, action item, regular board meeting schedule for 2025-2026, Superintendent Dempsey.
Okay, Madam President, board members, this is our first action item. What we do here is we try to establish all of our regular board meeting schedule for the 25-26 school year. So we help get those in your calendar, get those planned out, and then all the notices that go with it. Once in a while, and you'll see tonight, we'll have a conversation here in just a minute about a conflict. But we're trying to identify those conflicts early, make the change so that we make the change early. So Ms. Delgado and I have met. I believe she provided each of you a copy of that, and I would ask for your approval, and we'll try to answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Morales?
I do have one question. Mr. Dempsey, the scheduled meetings on this, what's proposed, does it exceed the minimum amount required?
Madam President, it does. Gadsden has done this historically, and I think this is a good conversation for the board to have. What's required is one board meeting per month. We've always exceeded that, and typically we do 2. Now, some of our testing months will only do 1, but that's pretty rare. And so when we our second meeting of the month, typically we go out to a campus, you could consider, you really are only required to have one, and you could turn that into an opportunity to go to a community event or something of that nature. But that's a decision the board can make there, and we would need your guidance. We have time to make those changes if that's something the board would want to consider.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, so it is an action item, so do I hear a motion?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion that we accept action item 10A, the regular board meeting schedule for the 2025-2026 academic year.
Ms. Flores has made a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passed. Okay, moving on to action item 13B, reschedule regular board meeting for June 5th, 2025. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, this particular meeting it conflicts with the New Mexico School Board Association Law Conference, and that's really a really critical conference that we all attend. So I'm recommending we move that meeting a week later to June 12th, 2025.
Any comments, questions? Everybody okay with the 12th? Okay, with that, do I hear a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the change of rescheduling of the regular board meeting from June 5th to June 12th.
Okay, Secretary Rodriguez, I made a motion. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Okay, moving on to action item 13C, approve the formation of the Superintendent Evaluation Template Advisory Committee. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, some work we did with legal counsel, Ms. Bodie and I met with them, and the board has the authority to create what's called ad hoc councils. Those are temporary councils that can work specifically toward a specific goal in mind. And with this particular one would be a form for the superintendent evaluation to review possible options, and then that committee would come back to the board with a recommendation.
So this is for the tool, and I would like to ask Secretary Rodriguez and Board Member Morales to see if you guys are willing to work on that tool. Ms. Elena did ask if I could do it, but due to the timing and work, I can't commit to something like that. So she did send the policy where it states that I can recommend. So if you guys are okay with that, I would like for you guys to work on that tool together with the help of council. Thoughts? Go ahead, Mr.
I agree. We just have to approve the formation of the template advisory committee first, and then.
Right. Okay.
I accept.
Okay. So with that, do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to approve action item C, approve the formation of the superintendent evaluation template advisory committee.
Okay, Mr. Morales has made a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving on to action item 13D, select members of the Superintendent Evaluation Template Committee. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, so I think that assignment's been made, and if they're accepting, then I would recommend you take that action.
Okay. So Mr. Morales and Ms. Rodriguez and Secretary Rodriguez to be the members of that committee. You guys are okay with that? Yes? Okay, and so with that, I would like to make a motion to select the members of the Superintendent Evaluation Template Committee as Mr. Morales and Secretary Rodriguez. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to discussion item 14A, secondary literacy and intervention. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Ms. Hernandez and her team had put together, there's been some questions about how we manage intervention and literacy at the secondary level, and Ms. Hernandez and so maybe some other members of the secondary team have some information for you.
Good afternoon, President Murillo, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. Finally, this is my size. I'm going to have my team do this piece, secondary literacy and intervention, and I just want to let everybody know that in our state, the intervention piece is now called MLSS, which is the multi-layered system of supports. right? In the past, if you recall, we used to have response to intervention, which was called RTI, right? And the model for that framework was layer 1 was classroom instruction, layer 2 was pulled out intervention, layer 3 was special ed. That's how it used to work. With the introduction of the multi-layered layer support system, as this team presents, you'll see that this is a fluid system. Students are in layer 1, which is classroom instruction, tier 1, we call it tier 1. And then layer 2, which is still part of the tier 1 instruction within the classroom. And then tier 3, which is still part of being in the classroom with more intense intervention. And so our team, we have an MLSS team. We have Mr. Eddie Martinez, who will be presenting. He's the intervention specialist. He supports all the campuses along with Ms. Adriana Gaona. She's our coordinator for MLSS. She's not available. She already had this day and tomorrow not available. And then you will also be working with Ms. Martha Raymond, who is our, they're going to support Mr. Wilgemith as they all report to the secondary director in regards to that piece, and then they report to me. They have a more intense understanding and what they're doing at the campuses and supporting the teachers at the secondary levels. Our elementaries are taken care of in another manner, but secondary is a little bit special. Mr. Wilgemith?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. Also joining us tonight from the Secretary Department is Nancy Torres, and she's our secondary ELA specialist. So I'm going to kind of give you an overall view of secondary literacy and intervention here in Gadsden, and really try to illustrate to you how that connects to best practice and what is already going on in the state of New Mexico. We'll be discussing these 5 bullets here, and most of the intervention in secondary is focused on layer 1. Layer one interventions, that's supports for all students, and layer 2 interventions, targeted supports for some students. So the first slide I'm going to start with, when I turn this on, there we go. One project we've been working on in secondary the last 2 years is with SREB, Making Schools Work, our powerful literacy practice professional development. This is professional learning and coaching for teachers on engaging literacy strategies for adolescent learners. We have crosswalked these literacy strategies with our NASOT, New Art and Science of Teaching framework with Marzano. So far, we've had about 80 secondary teachers participate in this. We plan on continuing this partnership because really this is a great way for teachers in general to fill their, fill their toolbox with some excellent literacy strategies. We have a great relationship with our consultant, Daniel Rock, who has really been in our district the last 2 years, providing some great support and is developing great relationships. We did launch this partnership last year, so we're in our 2nd year of this particular partnership, and that's focused on layer 1. Layer 1, and this is new-ish. This is the NMPED's push for literacy in secondary, and it's disciplinary literacy. In a moment, I'm going to have Nancy give you a brief definition and description of the difference between traditional literacy instruction and disciplinary literacy and how that's impactful in secondary. So as I mentioned, it's the Secondary Literacy Initiative from the PED, and it's really intended to tie to the structured literacy efforts going on in elementary. In this disciplinary literacy push in secondary, you'll see an element of disciplinary literacy, and you'll see an element of the science of reading, right? The disciplinary literacy portion tied a lot to your subject areas, which I'll have Nancy mention in a second. And then the AIM pathway to reading is that science of reading that is tied to structured literacy, so that can continue all the way through for our ELA teachers. As I mentioned, AIM pathway to proficient reading is the science of reading. This is a program that the PED put out, and it actually goes into effect statewide next year, starting with training all our middle school teachers. However, being that literacy is so very important, we decided to start 1 year early, and this year there was 25 schools awarded early start grant on this project. All 3 of our middle schools last year, or this school year, 24-25, were awarded this disciplinary literacy grant in addition to the 6th grade at Anthony Elementary School. And so they have been working this year with this grant. So we have a head start over the state. By the time we get to 2028, it's hard to say, and 2029, All secondary ELA teachers are expected to be trained in AIM pathway to reading. That's the science of reading, just like our elementary teachers were expected to be trained in letters. So there's your science of reading connection there. The current grant provides a disciplinary literacy coach for all of our middle schools. And then, of course, we're 1 year ahead. So before I go to the next slide, I'm just going to give Nancy a minute here to just give you a description of disciplinary literacy and how it's different in secondary. Nancy?
Good evening, Madam President, school board members, and Superintendent Dempsey. I'm happy to be here. I think most of you understand at the elementary level, we teach students to learn to read. Well, that transitions when they hit secondary, and it is reading to learn. And so just a quick definition, literacy in general is just the reading, writing, speaking, listening, and critical thinking that should happen with all of us as citizens, right? Disciplinary literacy. Back in the day, when I first started teaching, I knew it as content literacy. Content was more focused on your math, science, social studies, and English language arts. With Common Core and college readiness, the language has just switched to disciplinary literacy. So that means that our students have to learn to read in that specific content or discipline. So now this includes fine arts, it includes all our CTE programs. So for example, if a student is in a social studies class, they have to learn with the reading skills to be able to read those primary sources. If they're in science, they need to be able to read those technical documents and write lab reports. If they are in a culinary arts program, they need to learn to be able to read those nutrition labels and be able to write menu items, right? So literacy is general across the board. Disciplinary literacy speaks specifically to every single content from our regular content, social studies, science, math, ELA, all the way through all our fine arts and our CTE. Okay, you're welcome.
I just want Nancy to share that because I think it's important to understand that the NMPED Secondary Literacy Initiative is blending this disciplinary literacy, which is so important for secondary, still with that element of the science of reading that the kids are bringing from elementary and training our ELA teachers on that. A big part of the disciplinary literacy push and some support that comes through this grant is also allowing our teachers to participate in the West Ed Reading Apprenticeship. Again, this is tied to secondary literacy, very focused on disciplinary literacy and the applicable strategies for all teachers. This was launched this year as part of the grant. We've had about 18 teachers take advantage of this opportunity to date. This is absolutely something that we're going to continue. We applied for the grant, Nancy, right? And was it awarded? Not yet. May 1st. We'll know we applied for the grant again this year, and we'll see if it was awarded on May 1st. And then we'll move in, and of course, those two were the layer one, right, for all students. Layer two, this is interventions for some students. Two programs that you'll see a lot with some of our learners that really need to have the greatest need to work on the literacy skills. The bilingual department in all the ELD classes. Our students and teachers have access to Flashlight 360. This supports their performance on Access, but also supports helping them develop the speaking and writing portion of literacy. And then Reading Plus, that's also an intervention that takes place in our resource and ASC classrooms, really, comprehension, stamina, and motivation for the adolescent reader. Again, that's Flashlight 360 for our ELD classrooms, and Reading Plus for our special education classrooms. And then, of course, we also have intervention teachers at some of our secondary campuses. All of our middle schools have the support of an intervention teacher. That intervention will vary. We have three important, bullets here. Is that we want to make sure that the intervention teachers, what the instruction are doing, is aligning with the intervention goals. Those intervention teachers participate in the PLCs with the regular teachers. And of course, we use the proficiency scales to guide and plan those interventions for kids. Those proficiency scales will tell us where kids need development, and our interventionists push in many cases, to support that. And I think, one thing to know about a different model of intervention is, it's everybody's responsibility in the building to make sure students, are practicing their reading skills. So we want to make sure our interventionists support individual students, but that we're using these programs and professional development to push it out to all teachers. And then, of course, we're always looking for opportunities to expand some layer 2 interventions. And so these are some common reading intervention programs that we've looked at and are considering on how those may best fit into our intervention program. Lexia Power Up, iLit, two very, very common programs. And of course, Imagine Learning and Edmentum also have supports for those. We have existing relationships with these companies and organizations. So as we continue to evaluate the impact of the disciplinary literacy efforts that we're doing in secondary, we'll see where these may fit into our menu we provide for kids. Are there any clarifications that I can provide?
Any questions, comments?
I do.
Mr. Morales.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Which of these programs will be operating outside of the academic year?
Which of these will be operating outside the academic year?
Like during the summer?
Gotcha. Thank you. Mr. Morales, right now, these operate during the school year. What I hear you saying is, I think as a team, we can step back and see what can we specifically extend into the summer outside of traditional student to teacher tutoring. I think that's valuable input.
Okay, so I think that Mr. Dempsey and I had a conversation in Santa Fe. One of the questions that we were talking about is you were telling me about one of the programs, the reading programs that happened during the summer. And I think Ms. Hernandez, there's something I vaguely remember.
Okay, sorry.
Madam President and members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey. Currently, we do the Jumpstart program, which has, we do some of these pieces depending, like the ice station. It's just an extension of some of the programs we have now, but really our summer program is intended to provide more application for students. So one of the things that I always say to people is, and I think you all have heard me, where if a student in second or third grade isn't doing well in the classroom, what do? We send them to intervention during the day, right, in the elementary. What are they doing in intervention? A little bit more of what they're not very good at, and we're trying to show them in different ways. When they don't do well there, we say, then come to tutoring. What are they doing in after school tutoring? A little bit of the same that they did in tutoring, that they did in intervention, that they did in the regular classroom. And so our summer program, although it does have some of these pieces, it's intended more to provide like Lego, the drones. There's just a little bit more application of what they're learning in the classroom. So to say that they're just doing one of the programs at summer school, no, it depends on the students.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Any more questions?
I do have questions. So I really appreciate the last slide where our district is looking into expanding the usage of the reading intervention program, so thank you for that. Currently, does our district have assessments in all domains in order to be able to tell, what our students' level is when it comes to like phonological awareness, phonics, high-frequency words, vocabulary, et cetera? Is there something that provides that information?
K through 8 currently, the high schools, we are looking at, for example, the NWEA MAPS piece, but really part of these trainings that are happening to the teachers is, the reality is, yes, we have really good training pieces, but if you recall, when you look at literacy in high schools across the state, you're talking 25, 30, 35%. So when we're looking at intervention programs, we really have to be very careful with that. That's why we're so adamant about layer 1 instruction and teachers teaching, right? Something Mr. Wilgum has said is that it's everybody's responsibility. And while we were at our training, someone made a comment that I thought was really excellent, and it hit the mark when they say we can't be abdicating the responsibility of a classroom teacher to somebody else. right? And so it's our jobs as teachers to do that piece, and they're doing an amazing job. So at the secondary level, we are looking for something, because otherwise I would have at a high school, for example, 70% of students in intervention. It would be the opposite of what we're trying to do. The other piece is because, like Ms. Torres was mentioning, secondary literacy is very different, and I experienced this as a principal in a middle school. I put a student in intervention, and parents came to pull them out. They wanted them in another elective, right? And so that's why for us, really working with teachers in that one environment and providing them the resources and the support in, this is how you teach your whole class. Okay, now let's look at your formative data. How do your kids look? How do they do? Then you pull your small groups, and then you support in those areas, right? And so that's our goal as a district, is to prove that. In the secondary levels, it's also very difficult to find teachers who do intervention, because our teachers, any teacher who does intervention must be a highly effective teacher, right? And so that's a very, very important piece for us. And most teachers, Ms. Torres herself was an intervention teacher, and she can tell you how that worked. But teachers usually want to stay in their class because they know they can make a bigger impact with 120 students as opposed to 50, because intervention classes have to stay small. But yes, Ms. Flores, we are still looking at some of these pieces now. I also want to add that our curriculum within itself in digital, and I think I saw Mr. Lara here earlier, I think he's still here, he's going to present. Those curriculums have embedded intervention in them as well, right? So teachers can, if you're in my class and you're not doing very well, I can provide you with your level, even classroom work or homework, which is something that iStation does, for example. You can assign work to the parent with the student. So yes, thank you. Any more? Did I clarify that, Ms. Flores? I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I am hopeful that as structural literacy, the letters training is happening or has happened and continues to happen in elementary, that we're going to see less and less kids needing that intervention. But thank you because yes,
I know that's your heart.
Yes, that's my heart. And then I just want to ask, so then how does our district, because I'm thankful and I'm grateful and I applaud our students, our administrators for increasing that graduation rate, but how does our district really know, are they proficient? Is there an assessment, or are we looking at that? How do we really know that they're proficient readers? And mathematicians.
I'm so sorry. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, that's a great question. We traditionally in secondary, our pattern has been to rely on the state assessments, right? And I think you all made a good decision in insisting the kids attempt the assessment, and that is a measure of, there's the difference between competency and proficiency. So that is a measure. I think we have talked as a team. We have a program called Horizon Education that prepares the kids for the SAT, that gives you great measures. That's something we're trying to implement. But we have really talked about how do we effectively expand, diagnostic testing further into high school to get a better measure on the way out of high school. So that's definitely an area of growth that we have.
No, well, I'm definitely glad that our district is seeing and the need for that, because like I said, we need to start, yes, continue increasing the graduation rate, but truly having them, be ready so that we don't have kids that are having to take remedial courses when they enter college. And then you're absolutely right, Ms. Hernandez, where, currently where I work, I actually was able to have the opportunity to teach what's a fusion class. There's a curriculum. And so one of the challenges is exactly what you said, is that the kids that are in most need of these intervention services, they would rather take their elective instead of learning how to read, and that's just amazing to me that you would do that. But it is what it is. But I'm glad you're seeing the challenges, and I'm just hopeful that I'm just happy that you guys are working on that. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I think that was it.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, President, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to discussion item 14B, science textbook adoption. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Mr. Wogerwith and Mr. Lara are going to help us with this item.
Hi, Madam President, members of the board, superintendent, glad to be back. Going to talk to you briefly about science textbook adoption. We are very proud as instructional services, academic services, to partner with Instructional Materials Department. They really lay out a good foundation for us on how we can really evaluate the textbooks, and we know that Mr. Lara, especially in long sessions, is in Santa Fe doing great work for the district, so we want to make sure we can support some of those things. On a long session he's unable to do, we can kind of academic services support him and push him through. So I'm going to give you a quick rundown of what the process is, and then Mr. Lara will kind of wrap us up. So again, just so you'll know, instructional materials really takes the lead on identifying the publishers that we can communicate with and have the right material off the right list. And so Mr. Lara set that up for us. This year, our secondary science specialist, Dominique Mueller, led the academic review and the committee reviews of the textbook for the district, and I'm greatly appreciative of her efforts. We have our campus committees review just 2 sets of textbook materials come in. The state, actually, if you're unfamiliar with this, the state does a review the year before, okay? And they compile by July a list of books that are recommended with reservations. And then we use this school year to look at them. So we only present material to our committees from the list that are recommended and recommended with reservations. Those have the highest rankings on the PEDS scale. And so that's what was presented to our committees. We also remind our campus committees they need to ensure that the materials they are reviewing support our language learners, and there's Spanish material available for our dual language programs that, you know, is always sometimes a challenge, and that they're accessible for our students with disabilities. And like I said, academic services supported instructional materials with this process. So I'm going to briefly share with you 2 graphs that Ms. Mueller put together that showed the top selected publisher for the 3 grade levels. Here you can see this is the high school publisher features and rankings. Savas, McGraw-Hill, and Houghton Mifflin. Savas was the top ranked publisher for our high schools. You'll see that Ms. Mueller also, made sure that there was digital access and that there was Spanish material. The PED, depending on the material they review, the PED gives the material a culturally and linguistically responsive designation. Unfortunately, with all the program material we review, very few of those that go to the PED's office meet that recognition. So you'll see mostly none of the material meets the PED's definition of culturally and linguistically relevant. So Savas was the highest for high school, straight out, and so we're going to do one more check, and that's what we'll be purchasing for high school. Middle school. So middle school, we decided to include, typically in middle school is only a 7 through 8 review. But being that we're going to have this will be an adoption for 6 years, so starting next year for 6 years, we'll have in this adoption, 6th graders be at Gadsden Middle School. Hopefully by the end at the end part of the adoption, there'll be 6th graders at Chaparral Middle School. So we wanted to make sure that when we were reviewing middle school material, that we were considering 6th grade as middle school. That way it'd be the most appropriate material when those students move to middle school. So you can see the 5 publishers. That's 5 publishers there. There was a tie on the top here between Amplify and Twig, so kind of a 1A and 1B. If you're wondering what the difference is, how we got A and B, it was really, Ms. Mueller said, okay, the points that were got by the average, how do we determine a 1A and a 1B? And she went back and looked at, we kind of have 3 feeder patterns. And so, 1A was the lead in 2 feeder patterns, and 1B was didn't win all 3 feeder patterns. Really, I also want to say, when you separate out the 6th grade from this, the 6th grade teachers from this data, the 7th and 8th grade teachers want Amplify, and the 6th grade teachers want Twig. The 6th grade teachers are currently on the elementary campuses, and when I click over to the elementary campus, you're going to see a tie between Twig and Amplify, but the opposite, okay? So on this one, for the elementaries, K through 5, Twig is 1A, Amplify is 1B, same situation. Tied in the average points, tiebreaker. In this case, Twig was in 2-feeder patterns, the highest point getter, and Amplify was the highest point getter in another feeder pattern. Okay, so Amplify and Twig on both of these were tied. The question you might have is which is the best one that which is the one that we're going to select, and so I'll refer us to the last slide here. Typically, when we get the results, and this is what Ray is going to help us with and provide clarification if needed. If you've ever been to a textbook publisher presentation, they tell you a lot of things about everything you're going to get, and it's not going to cost you anything, and you're going to have this, and yes, we have the Spanish material, and they showed you some of it, but maybe not everything. We're going to go back and take a look at Twig and Amplify because they were tied, and figure out one, what is the most fits our budget. Number two, if they said that they had Spanish and EL materials, do they actually have it? So we want to go do one additional very close review of that before academic services, in conjunction with instructional materials, makes a final decision. I asked Ms. Mueller, who attended a lot of these sessions, and I think what you shared, Dominique, was the middle school liked the Amplify more because of the digital and online resources, correct? Yeah, the Amplify had really good digital resources, and that some of the things that might have leaned people towards Twig was, and this is very classic in the textbook publisher industry, we'll send you some kits for the kids to work with. And sometimes we'll give you the kits the first year free, and then the kits, cost annually. And so sometimes you get them the first year, but getting them, even if you have money to pay for them, getting them replenished in a timely fashion, and those kind of things can be a struggle. So just to kind of let you all know, we haven't made a final decision on Amplify and Twig for middle school and elementary. You could have Twig for K-5 and Amplify for 6-8. That's reasonable. You could actually do it by grade level if you wanted to, but best practice is to try to have, if there's consensus, to try to have your textbook material in a band, right? K-5, you can collaborate in your PLC on the same material. 6-8, you can collaborate on the same material. 9-12, you can collaborate on the same material. That's an effective instructional PLC practice. I mentioned those things. Ray can speak to this. We're going to place an order with the depository. As usually how this works, we place an order with the depository, so it's there on July 1st. Then we send the POs in after July 1st, and they get shipped down here in order to be here on time for the next school year. We will work with instructional materials to arrange PD, and then we'll begin the adoption process for my favorite subject next year, math. And so math is up for adoption next year. So Ray, did I miss anything about the end of this? Did I mess anything up? Okay, sometimes I do. Mr. Lara and I are happy to provide any clarifications for you.
Questions, comments? No.
Okay.
So that was awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, moving on to discussion item 14C, measles protocol. Ms. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Ms. Cregan is going to help us with this item.
Good evening, President Murillo, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. So I'd like to just give you a brief overview of the measles. I think we've heard so much about them in the last several months that you're probably aware, but it's a highly contagious respiratory infection, and it is spread from coughing and sneezing. And as with any other respiratory infections, when you think about those symptoms, it's just pretty, we're all familiar with those. But what I want to point out is that measles vaccine has been around since 1963. It's not new. And in the United States, measles was considered, basically eradicated in the U.S. There'd be about 50, 60 cases a year in the U.S., but they were those breakthrough cases from maybe an individual that had traveled outside the country or somebody who wasn't vaccinated. But when we look at the signs and symptoms, next slide. When we look at the signs and symptoms, the big thing with measles is that symptoms appear about 7 to 14 days after you are in contact with that person who's infected. The bad thing about that is just like we went through with COVID, some of us in this room, we know that the infectious period, we don't know that that person is infectious and they're spreading the disease. Once we see the symptoms, the student may, or if somebody may have a temperature. A big thing that's different with the measles is a temperature that spikes high, oftentimes up to 104. So that's something that's pretty significant. Cough, sneezing, runny nose, pink, red, watery eyes, not like you see with pink eye, but more like we think about when we see allergies. 2 to 3 days after the initial symptoms, you'll see white spots in the mouth, occasionally called Koplik signs, and then 3 to 5 days after that, you'll see the rash appear. The rash usually starts at the back of the neck where the hair is, and then it progresses down to the trunk of the body, the arms, the legs. Complications, next slide. Complications with measles are things like ear infections, diarrhea, pneumonia. Encephalitis is a big one, especially when you think about that high fever and the complications. You may have somebody that it leads to convulsions, hearing loss, or neurologic complications. Death, I think this is something that a lot of people don't realize with measles because it hasn't been common in the United States. So we kind of think, you know, oh, it's gone, we don't have to worry, but death does occur. You know, 1 to 3 out of every 1,000 children will die from complications, and it's usually related to respiratory, such as pneumonia. Next slide. So prevention is the 2 doses of the MMR vaccine. 2 doses provides 97% effectiveness. So 2 doses are required basically for anybody 4.5 years of age and older. 1 dose is required for those under, 4.5 years. So in adults, we're looking at 2 doses of MMR as a child. And the MMR is the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, which was combined early on. Those born in 1956 or earlier, because they're assuming that those individuals have had the measles, and then measles booster for anybody who was born 1957 or later. The other thing that someone can do is get an IgG titer, which provides proof of immunity or not immunity. Next slide. So in New Mexico, we know there's cases, right? We know there's cases in Doña Ana County. We know there's cases in El Paso, and we know that Mexico in general has a high number of measles when you look at the country. At this time, we have not had any confirmed cases in the GISD border. We have had a confirmed case in Doña Ana County, and it was in the Las Cruces area. But there have been, reports like, oh, there's a measles, but nothing has been confirmed except that one. Next slide. So what's going to happen when it comes to GISD? And yes, it is going to come to us. And I think for us to say, oh, we're not going to get a case in our boundaries, that's a lot of not real thinking. So we are going to have measles in Gadsden. So the first thing we're going to be doing when we have a confirmed case is we're going to be following up with that, contacting the Department of Health. We've got a pre-set letter that the school administrators will send out on remind and to the parents in writing, both in English and Spanish, to let our parents know that there has been a confirmed case on that particular campus. So if the case is on one campus, we're not going to be sending that out to every other campus. We're going to be sending it out just to the one campus where the case is. And then anybody who cannot provide proof of immunizations, they must be excluded for 21 days. And that's okay for us in our district. But when we look at proof of immunity, it's at 2 MMR or the booster for an adult or the IgG titer. So next slide. This is really important when we look at that. Measles exclusion. Exclusion means the student is not allowed to attend any extracurricular school activities, such as childcare, clubs, and sports. All exposed students in the school building without documentation of 2 doses of MMR must be excluded from the school, regardless of documentation of an exemption. So if they have an exemption at the state saying that, they've applied for that exemption for medical or religious reasons, the state has granted it. If they do not have those 2 MMRs, they will be excluded for those 21 days. And the school is required to communicate and enforce this exclusion based on, NMAC. So
The impact in our district, and this is what's really important, so if you look at this, we only have 63 students in our district that have not received 2 MMRs. That is pretty amazing. Our nurses, our health assistants, our administrators, and our parents have done an awesome job about getting that vaccine for their children. And so that's why I say, when it comes to Gadsden, we're not going to have the big impact that many others are going to be expecting with their students. And this includes students that have exemptions. Most of our students with exemptions, believe it or not, have 2 MMRs. So that's a good thing. So some campuses have no students that need an MMR, and some have, 9, and they're usually those that are in process or, maybe due to an exemption. But I just think that's really amazing where our district stands. So any questions?
Any questions? Ms. Flores?
So if there's staff members who are impacted, that they have to be, now the word instead of quarantine is excluded, will they have to use their sick days?
That I cannot answer.
I'm sorry, I don't know can you repeat that question?
Yes, sir. So staff members who are impacted, who have to be excluded, should they have to be excluded? Let's say that myself, I'm a GISD employee, and I have to be excluded for 21 days. Will I have to use my sick leave?
Oh, Madam President, thank you for the question. Absolutely. Right now, that's exactly what will happen. They would have to utilize their sick leave. Now, I think it's possible as cases move through New Mexico, the state could do something as they did in COVID and gave like a statewide COVID leave, if you will. But right now, as it sits, they would have to use their own sick leave.
And then,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
I was going to say, in that 21 days, should a second case occur on that same campus, that 21 days resets.
Which leads me to my next question. I think is more a question for you, sir. Is how is our district prepared for students that are impacted so that they can continue their instruction while they're at home? Yeah.
So, Madam President, board members, and unfortunately, we've gotten proficient, I'm going to use the term, because I don't think it's the best form of education, but we can move to virtual settings pretty quickly. And that may be an option as Ms. Cregan shares how that reset could happen if another case pops up. You have one case at a campus and then another case pops up. You could really quickly impact that campus, which might require us to do a virtual. If we went there, conversation the leadership team and I have had is what we would probably do similar to pandemic. We would have students participate virtually from their home. Staff would continue to report to their classroom and deliver instruction from their individual classrooms.
So would that look like if, let's say, my biology teacher, I could still attend with my actual biology teacher with the current period, or would that be a different teacher?
Madam, what they would do is they would set up those Google Classrooms, right? And they would have to log in to those. So they'd utilize Google Classroom, and they should be with their same teacher.
Then, so like as a parent, I'm thinking, okay, if my child was to be one of these individuals, obviously I would not let them join virtually if there's a fever and if they really feel bad and whatnot. But what about parents on the other side that, okay, it's 21 days, how are we going to deal with, they're losing out on instruction? What are we prepared to do?
No, Madam President, board members are probably going to have angry people at our board meeting yelling at us, right? But at the end of the day, when we get in these situations, we've all lived this. We know what we had to do in the pandemic. And do I think it was the best thing to educate kids to read? No. But when we're talking about health, that trumps all those other things. So we take health, life safety as a priority. We do what we have to do till we can get through those quarantine periods, and then we come back. The big piece for me is to make sure that our staff understands if that happens at a school, I will continue, just like I did in the pandemic, to require them to come deliver instruction from their classroom.
And I think the important thing to remember here too is we only have 63 students in our district that would be impacted. Because if you have the 2 MMRs, then you do not have to stay out of school if there's a case on your campus. And so we're not talking a large number on any one campus. And we have it broken out. You know, we have a spreadsheet that we're tracking in our office, and we can tell you which schools have none and which schools, you know, have up to 9, and there's only one school that had up to 9, and that was it.
And I was going to ask that, are we reaching out to those 63 students and educating or having that conversation with
yes.
those parents? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to discussion item 14D, policy review section A, Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, so we talked about starting policy reviews. And so I thought, you know, section A is not a giant section. I got that to you. I tried to get that to you early enough to give you a chance to review it. It's not that like today, if you didn't get the chance to do that, I encourage you to review it. Think of these questions as you're reviewing it. And I wonder, did anybody come up with anything that they see in it that says, I don't understand this particular piece. Is this still accurate? Because I'm going to tell you, you may find some errors and some things that need to be corrected and amended. And then are you requesting any amendments? So if you have some of those, I would love to hear them. I would probably ask you to email them to me so we can get a team working on that. But Ms. Delgado and I are working really hard with the policy advisory service to get this thing up to speed and in a little bit better shape. And I want to give you a chance. So I'll bring a section to you probably once a month and give you a chance to review it and then come back to me with, I don't understand this one. And I think it's a great time for us to kind of discuss specific policies to see how is that implemented, right? Because the policy manual, you know, some of them are adopted a decade ago. And so is it still applicable today? So, you know, I think that's a good opportunity for us. Questions?
Questions?
I do. I think at a previous meeting, we discussed having policy workshops. Would this be in lieu of policy workshops? I mean, I think that this system might work fine if we can follow that protocol and stick with it, you know, where it is once a month.
Yeah. Madam President, board members, what I would respond to that is I think it could. I think you're totally right. I agree with you. Some of the sections, I'm going to tell you, you know, when we get to the personnel section and the student section, they're long. So I'm going to have to break those up into pieces. And then when you get into those, you start talking about handbooks. And then it just gets a little bit more complicated. I think we could maybe start this way. And then maybe if we come up to a section that the board says, hey, we need a little bit more time on this, then we do a work session on that particular item.
So then it's my understanding that you will bring up this section again so we can discuss, or?
Mr. Morales, I wouldn't unless somebody brings something up that's really detailed. Now, this is their first time, so I want to give you a chance to get through it and then shoot those questions back to me. And that's why I would give it to you once a month, but there's no time limit on when we can discuss it. So if I don't hear anything about Section A, you know, in a month, I'll put Section B on there. And there may be some things that come up and you say, wait, we need to have a little bit more conversation. I would encourage us, let's start the conversation here. And then if the board determines it, say, you know, we need a 20-minute conversation. Okay, we can do that in a board meeting. That's easy. We need 2 hours. Okay, we need to do a work session.
Would it be efficient to establish kind of a similar protocol as to the discussion items where you put into Google form, you know, like Section A, and then, you know, we can put in Section A, this, whatever, the questions that we have, that way you can track them all?
I could absolutely, that's a great suggestion. That would help us all track them all. I absolutely could build something of that nature. I'll shoot it out to you. I can get that to you, and then we can start building those. And that actually will help us. I think it's a great way to document what we're doing. Appreciate that.
Any other questions? One of the questions that I had, it was maybe having a committee and then 2 of us reviewing it, you know, having time and then bringing it up to the board and then reporting. Because one of the things, I went through it and then I saw the very first one. And I'm like, okay, what am I missing here? It just sounds weird. It says the Gadsden Independent School District will ensure that all students will learn by putting education first, then provide quality. So I'm like, for me, it should be hand by hand, right? Like quality and educate. I don't know. I read that and I read it like 2-3 times, and then I started going through other ones. Then I skipped to the school district legal status. That was fine. So like I went through, I think it was 13 of them, and the majority were fine. But I don't know, the very first one, like something's missing or it doesn't sound. I don't know. I don't know if you guys had the chance to go through them. But it was the very first one.
Madam
Ms.
President,
Flores?
well, that very first one is not the correct one. And so I guess my question, no, it's not. It is not the correct one. And so my question is like, when we first created this one, when we were doing the strategic plan, I guess, and that I must have been the president at the time, as I'm thinking, you know, what should we establish so that when we're making those changes, we immediately make those changes to the policy.
Madam President, board members, I was happy that we recognize that. That's part of the problem with the policy service. They're not updating things, and maybe they're getting better, but we have got, I would encourage you that have influence on that to really push this item that this has got to get better. And that's a great example of one that was approved years ago and didn't get updated. And I purposely left it there to show you the policy advisory service. It's good, but it can sure be a lot better. And I think we should expect more because we're paying for this. This is not cheap. And the School Boards Association is not doing this for free. So I say we demand more of it. And some of you have some influence on it.
So when I brought this up and I spoke to Mr. Guillen about this, he said, start bringing them up. And then he said, right, give me a week, within a week. And I think the one with the graduation was there within, I think, 3 days, because I went back and I'm like, okay, it is there, uploaded. So the conversation was with the new people that we have there, we're seeing results. We saw 2 of them that were uploaded within not even a week. So I don't know, should we start uploading them now? Again, sending them that email to Mr. Casil and be like, hey, I mean, noting that it's a new person, right? And giving him that opportunity. And then if we see something, then letting me know.
Oh, absolutely. I 100%, as we find errors, we want to notify them and we want to correct them. And then I'm gonna try to contract with somebody in the next, after July, to come in behind us and do a complete policy audit. But this is how we'll get this policy up to speed. It'll take us a little bit of time, but at the end, 1, I think board members will know the policy better, and 2, we'll have a better quality policy in place. So I agree with you that it's already getting better, but it's already getting better because we're pushing. So I'm going to kind of say, don't stop pushing.
So it should be that one. Okay. So I mean, I know it's a discussion item, but can we start there? Maybe asking upload it first and then still going through what we have and.
Absolutely. Well, what I'm going to take this as, you identified one that's a problem. Ms. Delgado and I will work on that. We'll get it pushed out. And you notice right now what we're doing, I think when we push it out, we're being asked to CC Mr. Guillen and yourself, I think, on those. And they are moving very quickly.
And once we see, you know, like things are moving along, then we can leave Mr. Guillen for a little bit with thousands of emails.
We can smile, and then when we're done and gotten through it, then we can really smile.
That's true. Okay. Any other questions?
I just have one comment. Board member, or board president Murillo. I think that you mentioned about establishing a committee. I think that if we go through this process first, before we establish a committee, might be a little more efficient.
Yeah, no, I agree. Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President. I know that there's going to be those changes, right? Is there going to be some kind of spreadsheet that's going to be tracking, you know, this change was made? Because I know that was like from way at the beginning, I wanted to see something where we did this, we sent it out, this is when it was uploaded, or that way we can see that it's not happening, so then we can push for those.
Sure. Madam President, you're describing exactly what Ms. Delgado and I have. We're going to try to set up the tracking system And the idea is that we want to set up something that 10 years from now, none of us may be here, and someone has a question of why is this policy as it is, and they can walk back through it, right? And that's what we need to be building. So absolutely we want to create something in this process that allows you to watch this at all times and say, this got approved at this board meeting. In fact, we're in a little bit of a little conversation that what the policy service wants to do is they want to date, and we need to do this, I agree with this part, they want to date our policies. But the date they want to put on it is the date they uploaded it. Our argument is, no, it's the date it was approved by the board. And there's still a little bit of, the individual doing it was like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, I do. This is what it needs to be. So I'm going to push really hard on that piece. I'm going to talk to Mr. Gain and say, Mr. Gain, once a board takes an action, it is official at that time. It doesn't wait 2 or 3 days or business days to upload. It's official at that time. So I think that's the date that needs to be on there. And then it matches your board meetings. So when people are referencing back, they say, oh, that got changed on April 24th. There was a board meeting on April 24th. Go back and look at the agenda. You see the items. It all aligns. There's a process with it, and there's a little discrepancy already that I'm not going to give on. So I'm going to kind of be a little tough on this one with Mr. Guillen. So you guys are going to have to be really nice to him because I'm not going to be until this is fixed.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to discussion item 14E, policy ACA, non-discrimination on the basis of sex, Title IX policy, regulation and exhibits, first reading. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Ms. Mejia is going to present this item.
Good evening, President Murillo, members of the board, and Superintendent Dempsey. I'd like to start by saying that the previous discussion item is a great introduction to what I will be speaking about today, and will help you also with your review of Section A. This is policy ACA. It is part of Section A. It is A0300, and I'll be speaking for your first read. Also on A0311, A0312, and A0331. It is policy ACA, its regulations, and its exhibit. If I could have Mr. Snowdy, the first link on that slide, please. I'd like to start by reviewing a timeline. I think it's important to have some context over the Title IX, the 2020 regulations, and where we started, where we are now, and where we need to be. And just as you all were speaking, having sort of a way to track policies and changes, I hope that this serves that purpose for you. In 2020, the board adopted policy ACA to comply with the 2020 regulations that were issued at that time. In 2023, there was a small change, and that change had to do with the assignment of the new Title IX coordinator, which was myself. And so on the documentation, that information was updated. And that's important for transparency and also for accessibility. Anybody looking at our documentation should know how to contact the Title IX coordinator, phone number, email, to ensure that they have access. That was a small change. In 2023, March 16th of that year, the New Mexico Human Rights amendments were added, and these amendments expanded protections to include gender identity, sexual orientation, pregnancy, and gender-affirming care. The previous two entries are in orange because those are things that the district did. Those are policy adoptions, policy updates. This gray one is signifying that the state of New Mexico updated the law and added those amendments. On April 19th of 2024, we have the new Title IX 2024 regulations that are issued. Those needed to be in effect, or schools needed to be in compliance by August 1st of 2024. These regulations issued that year expanded the definition to include sexual orientation and gender identity also as protected categories. July 18th, 2024, those policies were presented to the board, and they were adopted. Now then, we were in compliance with the 2024 regulations, and we were under those regulations until the month of January. The regulations took effect August 1st, 2024, and then we move forward to January 9th, 2025. At this time, a federal court issued a nationwide injunction invalidating the 2024 regulations. And it's more appropriate to say that the regulations were vacated. In other words, they ceased from existence with this ruling in the federal court. And so what that means is that they never existed according to the court, and so now we needed to revert back to our 2020 Title IX regulations, basically what we had before July 18th, 2024. Okay, so that's where we are now. And I bring them forth for you today for the first read. We did receive some guidance from the NMSBA, basically letting us know that we needed to be compliant with the 2020 regulations, and also to be awaiting some updated policies from them. At this time, we don't have those updated policies, so we worked with our attorney to take a look at the 2020 regulations as they were before July 18, 2024. They gave us some feedback on some small, minimal changes to ensure that they were as updated as possible, and now they're here for you to review. Okay. I think we have one more. Okay. This second graphic, I think, is important. I know that it's distracting when columns are struck through, but the reason why I had them struck through is because the 2024 regulations are vacated, and I wanted to be very clear about that. But the reason why I wanted to show you this graphic is because the 2020 regulations to your left give you an idea of who the legal authority is, what the definition of sex is, what are the protected classes. In the center column, you'll see the New Mexico Human Rights Act, and same, what's the legal authority, what are the protected classes, what is the definition of sex. And you can see that the New Mexico Human Rights Act better aligns with the 2024 regulations in its protected categories and in the way in which it defines sex. And that's important because now that the 2020 Title IX regulations are in effect, I really want to make sure that we look at it as the federal protections being the floor or the minimal standards of compliance when it comes to the protections for our students and our staff. But the New Mexico Human Rights Act, you can think of that as the ceiling and the protections that are afforded to our same students and staff. So we really have to comply with the standard that is the ceiling, which is state law, to protect all of these categories, to protect them from discrimination. So we have a very unique role in that whenever there's an opportunity for us to work with a case where sex discrimination is alleged, we have to analyze it in the sense of, here is the allegation as it stands. Does it fit within the 2020 regulations? Yes or no? And if it does not, we have that ceiling in which we need to protect those students and staff and make sure that we're being compliant with not just the federal minimal standard of compliance, but the state, the ceiling standard of compliance. I also included all of the protected categories, also in orange, that's under the New Mexico Human Rights Act, just to give you an idea of all the protected categories that are included in the law, in our state law. And of course, you know, we're going to fall under both state and the federal requirements. And really, it's important, you know, when we are analyzing anything having to do with a Title IX, a potential violation, the definitions of harassment in the 2020 regulations, the definition is very narrow, but if we are going to define it under the NMHRA, then they're more broad, okay, which means more protections. Do you all have any questions before we dive into the reading?
Any questions? No? Go ahead.
All right. Also here, well, you don't have these two documents, they're on your PowerPoint, but the reading itself, you will see, beginning with AC 0300, you will see any changes that the attorney suggested. They'll be in pink. Any omissions will be struck through. And you'll see in these documents that there's very minimal that changes because they're not required changes, as these were the policies that were in place prior to the 2024 regulations. The first 5 pages are the policy itself. The next set of documents will be the regulations themselves that give you what the definitions are, the grievance procedure, how we were to handle a Title IX grievance. It also gives you very broad timelines, but they are included in here. The next set will outline the grievance procedure step by step. And then your last set is simply the complaint form, the form that an individual would use in order to file a formal complaint with the Title IX coordinator. And these are presented today to you for a first read. I plan to return at the next board meeting for a second read, as well as to present to you for first read another policy from Section A, which is non-discrimination and equal opportunity.
Any questions? Thank you. Okay, moving on to discussion item 14F, GISD policy, GICDA, electronic communication devices, cell phone. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, I wanted to bring this to your attention. You might be aware that our recent legislative session, it's a lot of conversation around cell phones in schools, and some legislation was actually passed and signed and chaptered. And so with that, NMPED has to, they have a deadline to provide some guidance or guidelines to districts, and then districts have to implement by August 1st. Excuse me. So I wanted to give you a chance just to read what we have on file. We have a cell phone policy on file. It defines how cell phones, how we handle cell phones. And I want to give you a chance to take a look at it, knowing that PED here at some point is going to hand me something and we're going to have to then make some decisions on it. And I want to make sure that you were given a chance to take a look at this, and then we can mesh whatever guidelines PED gives us to this. I just happened to have district leadership today, so I spent time with those students asking them about cell phones and the cell phone policy. And I tell you, it was very interesting when like our really, and I think Mr. Wogomuth would agree to this, he had to sub for a couple middle school principals for a few days. And I think we've done, in my opinion, a really good job in general of teaching outstanding responsible behavior. Because at the end of the day, I think that's what we're trying to get to. I don't want you on your cell phone during math class because I need you paying attention to instruction. After school, if you need to contact parents to get a ride, okay. And the middle school table for, that was Chaperone Middle School, and they said, well, the rule is it has to be in her backpack, it has to be off at all times. And so the kids are telling me this. They knew the rule. And they're really, at middle schools, pretty much forbidden. And if you have one, it's off and it's in your backpack because your parents after school may need to get a hold of you. I think that's good, reasonable approaches to things. Now, secondary, there's a little bit more freedoms to it, but every secondary student said, oh yeah, we're during class, we're not supposed to have this thing on. Now, where we get into problems, and I think this is where we're going to have to, it's not policy, it's not handbook, it's teachers at times allowing things, and then the teacher next door says, no, and then we're not consistent. What we have to be is consistent. And I think this is an opportunity for us to build some things, get some momentum, and in August, reestablish that consistency so that kids are focused in class, and outside of class, they can contact parents and do the things they need. Now, I worry a little bit, and we had this conversation about how cyberbullying and bullying occurs. And typically, there's a cell phone involved with any bullying investigation anymore. And we talked a little bit about that. And again, I think it's another opportunity to teach our students about what responsible behavior is with a cell phone and what isn't, right? What's not going to be allowed and what can get you in trouble. So I just wanted to bring this to you, give you a chance to read it. We'll have to revisit it because PED's going to give us some guidelines on it. But I wanted to put it in front of you and make sure you were aware that we have it and emphasize to you our principals and campuses in general are doing a really good job with this already. It's not a major issue that I've heard about, knock on wood. But I wanted to make sure you're aware of it because it's going to be in the news, it's going to be in the media. You'll see more and more of probably cell phone bans, if you will. And, if that's something the board decides to go towards, you could. I don't know that teaches. Anytime you do that ban and you forbid, now you're just asking for people to defy it. And I don't think that's, in my opinion, where we're needed to head. We need to teach individuals to be responsible. And that includes adults, right? Some of our adults don't model sometimes the kind of behavior we want. And this is another opportunity to emphasize to our adults, Mr. Dempsey, when you're doing classroom visits, don't pull out your cell phone because our kids can't. You shouldn't either because I need to model good behavior for our students, right?
Any questions? Okay. Moving on to discussion item 14G, School Board Member Conference Update. Superintendent Dempsey.
Oh, Madam President, board members, I think this is, you can roll this out as you see fit.
Yes, so this is the one that we were talking about. If you guys can talk about the conference that we went to, just like I think we have the expectation, right? Or Mr. Dempsey brings it to us when the leadership team or staff, teachers, they go to conferences and they come back with ideas and they actually implement it in the classroom and in the schools. I thought we could do something similar and show that what we're learning, and then also if you guys have any ideas, anything that you guys learned that you guys would like to implement, and if something that we could do with Mr. Dempsey's help and support, that this is the time to do this. And this is just something that I thought that it would be a good idea to bring every time that we go to Santa Fe, Albuquerque, and any kind of conference, to bring back some knowledge to share. So if you don't mind to start, Mr. Morales.
I don't mind at all. So one thing before I start is I noticed that item 13G has 5 minutes marked, and item 13H doesn't have any minutes marked. So with that 5 minutes, I'm going to be brief because there's 4 of us. That's about 1 minute and 15 seconds each. I'm just trying to lay the foundation. So one of the sessions, Atlanta was a really, really well put together conference, and I learned a lot, and it was just so good. But one of the things that really stood out for me was Barbara Borison. She's a licensed master social worker, and she had a session on reaching students on the autism spectrum and the grown-ups who come with them. And I have her website and everything, and I'll send it to Mr. Dempsey just in case anyone's interested in this. But the whole take on the session was trying to identify those that are on the spectrum, at an earlier age, and trying to figure out how to communicate with them, and also teaching their parents, especially, how to communicate with the students. There were a lot of good examples of how to do all that and everything. So one of the things is she says, together we develop new perspectives and strategies for minimizing conflict and maximizing the potential of the children we share, which I thought was probably the most important message of that, because we do share all these children in some capacity or another. But I think that's something that and I'm not quite sure, but it'd be nice to have a presentation on what's being done to identify that. I know several years ago we tried to identify those students who may have a mental health or be in need of mental health resources, and then the pandemic hit. But the attempt was to identify that and then track it as the students go through the different schools within the district, so that educators and administrators could determine if there was a, they could see a pattern, just to do that. So I think that it'd be interesting to know what type of steps the district is taking regarding the autism spectrum, and again, and of course, mental health. So that's one. The second thing is with the budget conference, which I thought was really, it was really good. I'm not all that much of a numbers person, but one of the sessions that I went to was educator evaluations from Elevate New Mexico. So in the PED, and so I brought copies back. I stole them all, but I brought copies of the evaluation system. And so when you're looking at the evaluation system, in which they're talking about not only evaluating teachers but administrators, they put together a really detailed rubric that tells the administrator, the teacher, what to expect and how they're going to be evaluated and help them grow. And so in speaking to some of the people here, and when I asked them, what change do you see? You've affected change in some of our employees, especially the ones that are new and everything. And they told me, it's like you just got to give them support. And yeah, you give them PD and all this, but sometimes you got to go and really support them, almost on a personal level. And I think that if we were to take, and I know that the district has its own evaluation process, and I'm not saying, oh, we need to switch to this and use this rubric, but if we take the current rubric that's being used and apply that to the hiring process that sets the expectations for that employee for whatever reason they're doing, and they see how rigorous, because this is a very rigorous rubric, but if they see that you are giving them a heads up as to what to expect, one, you're going to filter out those people that say, oh, I can't reach this. And we're going to get a higher quality potential person. I mean, that's just the truth. And then the second thing is that they will realize that you're setting them up for success. So that was something that I picked up from one of the conferences. I think it'd be a good tool. And I think that it would probably increase the quality of staff that we have. Not that we have a bad quality, but the new people that we bring in, and again, we'd be setting up future employees for success. That's my report. I think in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. Ms. Flores.
Okay, so I see the one that I really enjoyed, and I purposely went because you had presented when you went to the equity conference in Washington, D.C. You had mentioned that you sat in a session where you had National Student Board Member Association members, which are students. So I went with the purpose of, okay, get more information based on what you had provided to us. And so the title, I think, of that session was Elevating Student Voice. I really appreciate the session because, as board members, what we're doing is for the academic success of our kids. And so we also, I know that you have always, since you sat on the board, is advocated for student voice. So in my personal opinion, this would be an excellent way to do that. And what that entails, folks, is having a student representative sit on the board of education, but very different to what is actually occurring right now. We do have a student representative that joins us at every board meeting here at the Gadsden Administrative Complex. But if you notice, it tends to be a report celebrating, yes, which is awesome. We must celebrate our kids, celebrating their successes in their high schools, announcing, events that are going to happen. But there's a twist to this. They're going to sit there and make decisions with us. Now, there are also in the nation boards that actually give the student a vote. I am of the opinion that we should do that. But of course, let's educate ourselves how we're going to proceed to do that, if it is the will of the board, of this board, to do that. Because yes, some states have, I think it was Michigan, that had a lady present in that session. Michigan does have our students there, and they actually vote. And so I just thought it was interesting, and what better way to advocate for student voice by having the students there. And something that left me impactful is, some people might be hesitant, even right now in the audience, like, what is she talking about? Why would you put a student there and give them the right to vote? So, something that impacted me is many times would change. It's fear. Fear of the unknown is what was stated. And so, I'm willing myself to explore, the possibility of bringing this, of elevating student voice by having a student representative at our board meetings with actual voting rights. Something to explore. It's not going to happen overnight, obviously, but definitely something to explore. They mentioned that I think in the state of Michigan, even there's legislation that actually went into place in order to allow students that are sitting in the board the right to vote. And it was awesome to see also in attendance, yes, board members, administrators, but you also had kids who were presenting students. 2 of them were on the platform. And then there was one young man on the floor, expressing to him that he's all nervous, when he started to do that. And I'm thinking, and somebody said, like myself too, when I first joined the board or was elected, I was nervous too. I didn't know what I was doing. I'm still learning. So I think it would be an awesome opportunity to explore here within our district. Another session that I went to, that I would hope that we would consider as board members is I don't have the name of the title, but it basically was for us to consider conducting board self-assessments. And so I know that, as a teacher myself, as an administrator now, as an administrator, I evaluate teachers. When I was a teacher, I was evaluated. As principals, the superintendent evaluates you. Us as the board, we evaluate the superintendent. So I think it would be a wonderful, and by the way, it is in our board policy. It is policy B0131. That's the, actual evaluation tool. I lost my paperwork, but it is a policy currently in our policy in B0100 about conducting board evaluations, so self-evaluations. I think it does have benefits to it, and some, one of the biggest things is that's going to hold us as board members accountable in the same manner that, the board holds or the superintendent holds his employees, accountable for what they're supposed to do. And so I will provide you all, I'll send you an email with the PowerPoint so that you all can view that. But yes, I know Secretary Rodriguez, I know you've advocated for this, and I really appreciate that about you. And so yes, I personally would love for us to evaluate ourselves. So that's another one. And then finally, I won't take much more time. I did attend one, and I have to confess, we attended one that was a ticketed event. And then I was too embarrassed to walk out because I sat in the back, and then the lady tells me, "Can you please move to the front?" And I was like, absolutely, okay, I'll move. I was gonna say absolutely not, but I'm like, I moved to the front. She starts her presentation, then I'm saving a seat for our board president. She walks in, and then minutes into her, maybe 10, 15 minutes into her presentation, there's a bunch of people, and she's all saying, I think there's more people than what should be in here, but I didn't walk away, but I got good information. So anyways, it was a good presentation too. I think it was very informative for new board members that might not have an education background, to learn about special education, and what it was entitled was Creating the Conditions for High Quality Special Education on a Budget. And basically the essence of what I learned is that, it's not about cutting corners, it's about being strategic and thoughtful, doing more or better with less without compromising the quality of education for students who need it most. With that, I conclude. I don't want to take more time. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Secretary Rodriguez.
Thank you.
So I just want to begin by saying that every time that we go to these conferences, it's a wealth of information that we get. And it's very inspiring and it's very invigorating, right? It makes me realize that what I'm doing it for the right thing. And it's interesting because the two things that, Mr. Morales mentioned about the evaluation, teacher evaluation, I actually was gonna, and then Ms. Flores mentioned about the evaluation for the board. There's two things that I was gonna say. One, the first one that I attended, and I think that the one she went to, and we didn't even talk about this, right? I didn't even know that she had gone to. I think it was a second part of the one that I had been, because that one was a 3-hour one, and it was a path to effective board meetings. And something that they talked about is board norms, and I think that that's something that we need to also really have those established. And of course, the board self-assessment, which is the evaluation, and I had the policies here written down as well, because I truly believe that in order for us to continue doing our main focus is the students. One of the things that they said, sometimes boards are adult-centered and not children-centered, and so I really don't want our board to be doing that, right? We have to look at student outcomes, and so by doing this self-assessment is going to help us to understand whether we're on the right path or if we need to, realign it a little bit. So, one of the things was like an onboarding for new board members. I think that that's important too. We have talked about this prior when Ms. Flores was the president, having some kind of binder for whenever a board member joins, they know what the things are different. Sometimes you have one, you come with a vision, and in reality, once you're here, you see that it's completely different. There's a whole lot of things, a lot of process that you have to follow. So I appreciated that board, that one. It was pretty long, but it was full of information. And now with the one that, with the students, it was called the Elevating Students' Voices on School Boards, which is also the one that Ms. Flores mentioned. I did like a lot of the things that, that were mentioned, but I had gone to one prior to that. Before I forget, there's no accountability of which ones we go to, and I really feel that, it's almost like your integrity of saying, knowing that you attended these different workshops. I know that I failed in one because I had to go eat, and the other one was because, as Ms. Flores mentioned, last board meeting, she wanted to take some pictures, so we were late, but we still attended that meeting or that workshop. Other than that, I attended every single one of them because I feel that it's my duty, right? It's my responsibility to learn more and be able to bring some information, and it helps me grow as a person and realizing that, there's many things that I wish would just move quickly, and unfortunately they don't go that route. So with that, when I attended the Elevating Student Voices, as I said, I had attended one prior to that, and it's with younger kids, and that one was Achieving Greatness Together Through Student Leadership. So I really believe in baby steps, we're getting to know what it is that creating that process so that it's effective, right, and rolling it out correctly. I like that one because it started from 8th graders. So it really, I would love to have a student voting, but I think that we need to learn the process, learn and see what works and what doesn't, right, and what the students are wanting. So with this this workshop, the students get interviewed. It's not like they just, they say, I want to be a part of it. They go through a whole interview process. They have per campus, they have representation of 2 students, and it's a pretty small group. I saw a lot of it similar to what Mr. Dempsey currently has, the leadership. But at the same time, I see them doing more, being more proactive within the district and creating different councils, sponsoring different community events. So that gives you a sense of responsibility, right? Not just being part of a committee, but really having to do something that's going to be effective and that's going to help you as a student grow. And then you realize, a lot of them were mentioning, well, not a lot of them, but I saw a few saying, I started there and now, I'm part of the board. There was a gentleman that said that, so it almost like motivates them, right, or instills that in them, and they realize this is something that I want to do or not. So yes, achieving greatness together through student leadership is how we're gonna, I feel, that's a way we can incorporate them and them growing along with the needs that the board has. Thank you.
Madam President.
Yes, Mr. Morales.
Just to clarify that when we go to these sessions, they're required by the State Board, School Board Association, and so they do track where we go. And the way that we show, that we were there, in some cases, we have to sign in at the beginning and sign out at the end. In other cases, we have to do evaluations and everything. So there is a minimum amount of credits that we have to, that we're required to fulfill. And as long as we fulfill those, we're okay.
And thank you for that. I'm sorry, Madam President. I just want to clarify, for this specific one, the NSBA, we really don't sign in or sign out. It's through an evaluation. At the end, once you go through that workshop, if you're willing to do that evaluation, because it's a way of the NMSBA to keep a log of how many hours it is that you attended, but you have to go through that evaluation. So if you don't complete that, they really don't have a way to proving that you were there, but it is our responsibility, and that's why I'm saying, our integrity, and that's why, we're there. We fill out this evaluation and make sure that the state, the NMSBA gives us the corresponding credits.
And to add to that, we're one of the few districts that have the most credits. We're always, it's 5 hours, which now they're going to be 10. And I met a lot of districts that they take turns, so they don't even go together as a board. So they just do the bare minimum, which is the annual, and then sometimes the leadership. And that's pretty much it. And so I've noticed, looking at the numbers, we're always at over 20. I don't know this year, but we're almost, I'm very competitive, so I'm like, I want hours. And with me, so with me this year was different because I actually had to leave one of the lunches because I really wanted to go to the DJ table. And it's a superintendent from Oklahoma. So he started as a principal and then now a superintendent. So now as a motivational speaker, he motivates educators through leveraging the power of human connection. And so it was, and Ms. Flores was there with me, and it was a really, really good session. I actually brought it up to the national because I said, why are we looking for actors or famous people that that we're paying thousands of dollars when we have good quality within our association? So that was one of the recommendations. I actually brought it up to Mr. Guillen to maybe be one of our keynote speakers for one of our conferences. I just thought that he was amazing in the way he connects with people, and that's what he said, right? It's all about human connection, and sometimes you don't have to spend thousands of dollars. It's all within house. So I really like that one. I just thought, a motivational speaker sometimes is needed or nice, and what more than asking a fellow superintendent to come and do those here. I also, so it was different because I had to leave one of my responsibilities to go to this, and they're like, why are you going to that when we have keynote speakers? And they're paid keynote speakers, which I didn't have to pay, or the district doesn't pay for me anymore for those. But the lunches that were $150, and I'm like, well, can I bring my board? They're like, no. And the breakfast, they were $75. So yes, it was nice because they bring keynote speakers, and it's more, I guess if you want to call it VIP, but there were sessions that I really wanted to attend, so I couldn't do that anymore. But there was this group of people, and then I saw them, they had a table, and it's part of the agenda that about the phones. So they were passing these papers about how to be responsible having a phone, and so they have these pouches for administrators and students, and they have sign cards. So I'm gonna give it to you, Mr. Dempsey. They are $14 per pouch, and they say that they usually like to start with middle school for the same reason, bullying and social media and all the issues that they come with it. So they're like, we like to start with 8th graders or freshmen. And it's a little bit of responsibility and accountability. And so I really like their presentation. And now with the state coming up, I scanned it and I sent it to a couple of our senators that were really pushing for the banning. And I'm like, well, what if we switch the name, remove the banning, and no cell phone? And I like it because it's an agreement and it's a contract between the teacher and the student. So I think it's a little bit more personable, rather than you're not allowed to have a cell phone at all at the school. So I really like that because it creates, and one of the things that he said, it creates a partnership, it creates that relationship, kind of like trust, because I'm leaving my cell phone. But they even gave us like the presentation of the pouch. It has a key, but it's a really weird key, and they were making us put our cell phones there. So it was really, really neat. So you have that. And then this is the second year that I see them, maybe the third, the snook, the Nook pod, and they had them this time outside, and I really like it. Even for adults, I don't know if that's something that it fits in our budget, but I took some of their information, and I like it. When I saw it for the first time, I thought, SPED, right? Having it inside the classrooms and giving our students with high behaviors to calm down, and then they had like the little music, and then some of them had like they were all dark. But then this year that we went to Atlanta, I'm like, you know what? It's not even just for our SPED students. I felt nice just sitting there for a couple of minutes because it's open and you just see everybody passing by. And you can't hear, I mean, it really brings you just to, I guess, zone out. And I'm like, for me, it's like a quick 1 minute. Some of them, they were like, we're going to start putting timers. I'm like, that's a good idea to even have a timer for a teacher, a quick reset. So I don't know, that's something, I didn't look at the prices. I'm sure they're not cheap, but I'm like, we can start with one school, right, and just test it out. I really like that idea. So I'll leave that to you. But I know it's a lot, Mr. Dempsey, and it's a lot from all of us, but I think if we can start maybe with one that you think that it's something that it's doable, that is not gonna cost a lot of money, or that is not gonna cost money at all, but I think if we start bringing up those to you and implementing, also the public get to see that we're spending their tax money back to the schools. So with that, do you have any questions for us?
Well, Madam President, I appreciate this. I think it does help us all kind of have some open dialogue and conversation, because sometimes you're away and you get kind of excited about something and you come back and you're like, I don't really know what my next step is. So I think it helps us, right, to have that conversation. I will mention that the New Mexico Public Education Department is going through their, I think I might call it a rubric or criteria to accredit schools. So they're going to come out, well, it's more like a desktop audit, but they're going to check off some items that say these items have to be done for your school to be accredited. Individual school board training hours are on that. So if you're an individual board member who doesn't receive the minimum training hours, your school doesn't get accredited. Now, I don't know if all this plays out, but we just received those recently. So I just give everybody a little heads up, make sure we're getting those hours, because it could get real serious. I don't want to get us to a point that we don't have schools accredited because we haven't reached our minimum hours.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, moving on to discussion item 14H, 2025-2026 transportation contract. Superintendent Dempsey.
Madam President, board members, Ms. Cadena is going to present this item.
Last but not least. Good evening, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Dempsey. If you will please click on the link, there you go. So the proposed preliminary figures of the 25-26 transportation contract If you notice, I highlighted the 25-26 figure, and the one to the right is what it is this year for the 24-25. The proposed 25-26 contract is $6,866,773, as opposed to last year's $6,665,836, which is an increase of about $200,937, and that's about roughly a 3% increase. That's due to Boone Transportation providing providing the same raises that we get as a district. So they're predicting 4%, and they would like to give their employees 4%. So they try to keep in line with our raises so that, you know, they're members of our community, they're bus drivers, they're employees, and they get the same cost of living increase. It's also due to a 1.4% increase in operations and maintenance. And they are offering a decrease of 1.2% because predicting fuel prices will be lower than what we estimated this year. So the total increase is about $200,000. On the next, on the slide, go back to the slide, please. Boone Transportation, who has served our district for about 70 years already, it's hard to believe, is proposing a 5-year contract that will include some value-added features. Right now, we have cameras on the buses. They're the same cameras, the Verkada cameras we have at all our campuses. They're not live streaming. What happens is they're filming and they're videoing when they get signal, because we have some areas that don't get signal. And then once the buses get back to the depot, we can download video of what happened on the buses if the cameras work. They're proposing to change to a live streaming camera that's made specifically for buses. And they are also proposing to enhance or replace their bus routing software and provide an app for parents to track their children's buses to include bus arrival and delay notifications. They're proposing $25,000 in student scholarships annually, 2 paid part-time internship opportunities for GISD high school juniors or seniors interested in mechanics or business administration, 5 complimentary buses for student athletes or academic competitors that have earned the opportunity to compete for a state championship, sponsored safety events and where they would provide branded safety gear promoting safe walk-to-school practices, bus stop and riding safety, and a Meet Your Bus Driver flyer for kindergartners or new students so that they can identify their bus driver and become familiar with their bus driver. I do want to mention that I did send the current contract, the boilerplate, to our attorney. I've asked about the possibility of a 5-year contract, if that would be possible, or if it would be a 1-year contract renewable for 4 additional years. I'm waiting on the attorney to review that and get back to us so that I can bring that information to you. As far as the PED, New Mexico PED, and releasing the allocation for transportation, it has not been released yet. But usually we end up paying about $1 million out of pocket for the transportation contract. I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Morales?
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a question regarding some of the deliverables that they're talking about, like, for instance, the scholarships and everything. Is there any language in there that dictates or gives any indications how those scholarships would be awarded?
Not yet, sir. I imagine once, it would be included as part of the contract, and I think that we can dictate how those scholarships would be awarded, whether it's based on academics. It would be up to the board or up to administration how we would want to award those. I think Boone was just willing to sponsor them. I think we can provide the criteria.
Okay, and the second part is on the internship opportunities, internship with their company?
Yes, sir, with their company.
So it would, I would imagine that there's tons of different jobs with the transportation company. Are they saying specific internships?
I do have Ms. Stewart, Mr. Randy Boone, Mr. James Boone, Christy Stewart here from Boone Transportation. Can you elaborate on that, Christy, please?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dempsey, thank you for asking these questions, and that is a really good question. One of the things that we wanted to do, as you know, we are highly invested in this community, and we have been for a very long time. So when we came up with these added values, one of the things that we did was this internship. And we do have, we have 2 employees now, and they are in our shop, and they actually started out, they've been with us for about 25 years. They started out as a part-time job in the shop, started by sweeping buses, and like I said, they've now been with us for 25 years, and they've moved up the ladder and are doing a lot of different things with maintenance on our buses. So the internships we could do would be, you know, for example, some office, we could have some office administration helping us in the office, answer telephones, learning a little bit about the business aspects of that, and then, of course, in the shop opportunities. Driving and assistance are state and DOT mandated, so there would not be an opportunity for there. But we would definitely welcome them to, or encourage them to continue on with us if they would like to be a driver. Which, as you know, we have a lot of our drivers are members of the community and our grandmothers and mothers and daughters that have been with us. So that's something we're very proud of.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Just a comment. Thank you so much for the salary increase, because some of us, we do get those phone calls. You know, the district gets salary increase. What about us? And you know, those are the hard conversations that we have to deal with, because we're like, well, they're not, you know, they're contractors. So thank you so much for adding that. And then also because we went through that too, we got those phone calls and those text messages about the opportunity to compete at the state championship. So having that, I know it's pricey, and that's gonna help us out a lot. So thank you so much for investing in our community.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, moving on to, oh, sorry, that was it, Ms. Gadana? Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Upcoming board meetings and events, so that's just for you guys to keep that in your calendars. The upcoming one is the Teacher of the Year ceremony, so I hope to see all of you guys there. And with that, do I hear a motion to go into closed session?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion that we enter into closed session. Limited personnel matters pursuant to 10-15-1 H2 of the Open Meetings Act, NMSA 1978, as amended for superintendent and associate superintendent's report on employees on administrative leave with pay, employee grievances, employee issues, and establishing goals for superintendent for the 2025 school year.
Okay, Ms. Flores has made a motion to go into closed session. Ms. Delgado, can you please take roll call?
Board President Murillo?
Yes.
Board Secretary Rodriguez?
Aye.
Board Member Morales?
Aye.
Board Member Flores?
Aye.
Thank you. We're now in closed session.
How are you? Good. No? No, Mr. Dempsey?
Test, test.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to come out of closed session?
I make a motion to come out of closed session.
Mr. Morales has made a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, is that an open mode? No, right? Yes, right? Open session? Okay, moving on to 18, board follow-up, request of superintendent based on specific agenda items from this meeting. Superintendent Dempsey.
Okay, Madam President, board members. One got documented, was from Ms. Murillo tonight, and it says Ms. Murillo asked for representation from the district to be included on the council. And they did put a note, we need to get more information. So was there something you remember from that?
Yes, is the National Hispanic Council, it was just that recommendation when it comes up for voting. It was just a conversation that we had on our first initial meeting. The next meeting will be in June, and so then I'll bring more information.
So
But it was just for
You
information.
don't need to follow up
No.
on that? Okay. The other one, Ms. Murillo, in her board members report, requested that GISD apply for awards for the NMSBA. You mentioned some of the awards, right?
Yeah, so whenever we have, but yeah, it's not right now either. Is I guess they're gonna start sending now encouragement for districts across the states to apply for different awards, and so.
Okay, so don't follow up neither. Okay, the next one you do, that's okay, that means they're paying attention. Board member concerns regarding the policy advisory and uploads. How does this board review our policies and update them, policy audit, and how do we hold the policy services accountable? So I think I know we need to work on that, and we really need to continue to press that. We'll create a document that allows you to see, here's when you passed it, here's the policy or the advisory update, here's when you passed it, here's when it got uploaded, here's when we verified it was on the website. That's the other piece Mary Lou and I are gonna do.
So that's the one that we're gonna do that first and then review it, right? We're gonna make sure that everything is uploaded first?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, Mr. Morales, consider using Elevate and Excel rubrics when hiring teachers and admin. What I will share with you is I'm going through, I guess it would be called admin training for campus administrators because I have to supervise them, all of our leadership team, and we're using the rubric that you gave us. So we're already interacting with it, so that's good. Yeah.
But my idea was to use that rubric in the hiring process.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know that, I mean, I don't think we ever thought of it that way. So I'll go back to the team and say, let's look at this rubric. And I think it makes sense to say, does this align with how we're hiring? There's got to be some alignment between these two things. And to your point, that may give us an opportunity to get a little bit higher level each time. Yeah, I like it. Okay. Ms. Flores, explore creating the opportunity to have students voting member on the board. So I think that's something we want to explore, these possibilities. To actually have them vote does require a statutory change. And so, but what I think we want to spend some time with is maybe understanding what we do right now and then how we might want to transition. That might be, because we don't want, no one's intention I know is to hurt any of our current students or make them feel like they did anything wrong. But, and I can still meet with them, but the board piece, how do we make that transition? And then you got to decide how you're going to select
Maybe
the person.
even that idea will be, because they offer to come and do a presentation or join virtually to explore and explain with more detail. That will be another venue. Sorry, Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Madam President. So when I was on the board the first time, we did have a student member that was here every meeting, and so I think I threw out the idea earlier in November that if we do have a student member, that maybe it's comprised of the student leadership team and they elect somebody to at least be that student member for a semester, and then they'll elect somebody else to do a semester. And then that way, that leadership team can say, this is what's important to us, this is what we want to see change and all that stuff, and then they can present. That way at least there's some consistency. The young girl that was here today, she was really nervous, and she was like, oh my gosh, like, just take a deep breath. Yeah. And we gave her some pointers, but eventually, she was getting through it. And I think that we have one consistent member, then we'll find out what it is that they really want.
Okay. And then the next one, this was Ms. Flores, request for the board to do a self-assessment, and talked about that in the board policy. Ms. Rodriguez, request to develop onboarding processes for new board members. Okay, and I think those are all good things we'll work on. That's all I had. Did I miss anything? Did we miss anything?
No.
Okay.
Okay, with that, moving on, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, Mr. Morales has made a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we are adjourned at 9:57. Good night.
All right.